IB Nation, welcome to another edition of Irish Breakdown Podcast. Thanks to all of you who waited patiently as we got started on the show, since I'm starring questions and doing a solo show today. And for those of you that aren't waiting patiently, well, that's on you. So, we're stepping up and doing shows every day. We do enjoy doing these shows every day, but there's always a reason why sometimes we start late. And so today we're getting off to a late start, but we're starting and we're ready to rock and roll. And a lot of positive energy, obviously, around the program right now coming out of the game. I've had some phone conversations this weekend, and people are fired up. People are fired up because they realize how big of a win this is, and it was a big win for Notre Dame. And it's not just a big win from the standpoint of just that you won the game against a really good team, but it's also a big win because of how you won and the manner in which you won, which was a completely dominant football game. So I'm excited about what's going on right now. Bye week is going to be fun and interesting. We're going to do it upon further review tonight at 8 o'clock. Vince and I are going to dive into the film, show some things that we really liked. We're going to break down what made the defensive game plan so effective. We'll talk about some of the things we liked on offense, some of the missed opportunities that were there on offense, and then we'll dive into the keys, uh, the keys to victory for Notre Dame. So uh, great win. But today we're going to give you guys a chance to determine what you want to talk about. We've already got over 40 questions starred, and that's kind of wanted to let it play out a little bit so we get some more questions in there, because once the show starts, when I'm doing a solo show, it's a lot more challenging to read questions, answer questions, and then also be reading the chat and finding new questions. So, for those of you that understand that and waited patiently, thank you for that. And now we're ready to get started. A lot of good questions this week. I'm going to try to get through all of them, or at least as much as I can today. Really looking forward to diving into these questions with you guys, because there's a lot of really good ones. We can talk Notre Dame, we can talk Notre Dame recruiting, we can talk the upcoming schedule, we can talk college football in general. So if you guys have some other questions that you have, and there are some of those in there too, which I'm looking forward to getting to. So it's going to be a fun day. Let's start off with God Country Notre Dame Barbecue. Ask, what are some offensive adjustments you are expecting Notre Dame to make coming out of the bye week? Well, I don't know that I have any clue what to expect from this Notre Dame offensive staff. And the reason I say that is not meant to take a shot at them. I've voiced my frustrations in areas that I disagree with what the staff is doing, as I'll always do. But the more so what I'm saying is this is still a new staff together, right? And I know Dylan McCullough's been here for now his second year, and Jared Parker's in his second year, and Chancey Stuckey's in his second year. But there's some new analysts on the staff. You've got a new O-line coach. You got a new quarterbacks coach. Jared Parker's in a different role. And it's kind of like when we talked last week about with Coach Freeman and how was he going to handle getting the team ready to play against USC. Because we are in year 2, we're still learning things about him as a head coach. Well, we learned a very impressive lesson this weekend when it came to Coach Freeman's ability to get the staff ready. We're still learning about this offensive staff. And the reason that I don't, I answer the question that I don't know is because the bye week is when you should anyway, do your most heavy self-scouting. And it can be very challenging to do a deep, thorough self-scouting evaluation of yourself during the season, because by Sunday night you're done breaking down the film and it's turning on to your next opponent, and it can be challenging. So there's always self-scouting that goes into the season, but the bye week is when you can really dive into those things and really um, really dive into just who you are and where you are as a program, and then also then spend the time making those adjustments, because that's the other part is when you do self-scouting, sometimes you say, hey, look, we've got to make adjustments here, and it can take a few extra practices to kind of work on some of those new concepts. So that's why I don't have the answer. I'll give you what I think should happen and what I hope to happen, and so I'll answer it that way. Number one is they've got to figure out what the receiver rotation is going to look like. There's been a lot of kind of grab bag and mixing and matching. You don't play Jordan Faison the entire year, then you bring him in, immediately turn him into like a heavy rotation guy. You play Tobias Merriweather a lot, then all of a sudden he's not playing at all. Jaden Greathouse is playing slot all year, comes back from the injury. Now he's playing boundary and outside. So there's been a lot of and I'm not even criticizing it. It's an observation. There's been a lot of moving guys around. Jaden Thomas has been in and out of the lineup the last few weeks because of an injury. So it's been very hard for the staff to kind of get into a good feel and a good rotation for how is this going to go. And then Sam Hartman trying to get on the same page with all these receivers. These aren't excuses. They should be better, but it's just explaining the challenge that's up against them. So I think this bye week needs to really kind of sit down and say, okay, who are we going to play and how do we use them? And the other thing they need to do is if you're going to use guys, you can't have guys in there that are tells for the other team, meaning when this guy's in here, we have a heavy, we're throwing to him type of thing, or we're going to throw in general type of thing, or we're never going to throw to this guy. Because the way that the outside receivers are being used, for example, in the lack of targets, is as teams start to study Notre Dame more and more of this new rotation, then you're going to see them start to adjust their coverages to force the ball back outside where Notre Dame is clearly not comfortable or not wanting to go with the football. And so you're going to have to figure that out. Who's going to play where, how much, and how can we use all of our weapons to our advantage? And so those are things I hope that we'll see. There's got to be a lot of time spent on getting that group on the same page. There needs to be, a lot of time spent in the film room with Sam Hartman and the young receivers. There's got to be extra time spent on the practice field on top of making sure that you're getting your rest. And so I would expect Notre Dame to kind of practice these first 3 days, maybe 4 days, and then give them the weekend off and then kind of get back at it on Monday as they get ready for Pitt. And since it is a home game, that adds a little bit to your ability to kind of give them a little bit extra time off and get back on track on what you're trying to do. So those are things that I expect to see from the pass game wise, run game wise, and offensive line wise. It's about getting everybody on the same page. That's going to be the key. It's about, okay, where are we having some issues? Why has the run game not been good in recent games? And it hasn't been. It wasn't bad against USC, but the reality is it wasn't great either. And you didn't gash a team that honestly doesn't have a very good run defense. And so the last 4 weeks, Notre Dame has run for 176 yards against Ohio State. Good performance, but 4.5 per carry, solid. You went for 159 against Duke, 5.0 per carry. Now, again, I think some of that was quarterback scramble, so the run game wasn't great. You did have the big 30-yard touchdown run at the end, which was great. But up until that point in time, you ran for 159 yards, and what am I doing? 47 of it came on the last 2 plays of the game. And so you didn't run the ball well against them. Only 44 yards against Louisville, and then only 125 yards for 4.3 yards per carry against USC, which is a tad misleading of a number, simply because part of those statistics, when you look at the total rush yards, is going to be taking a knee. So Notre Dame lost 4 yards at the end of the game, taking a knee. So really the numbers are 27 carries for 129 yards, which is a better number and kind of takes into greater account. That's 4.8 yards per carry. That's a better number. It also takes into account the fact that you had a 1-yard touchdown run in the game. Actually, had 2 1-yard touchdown runs in the game. So Audric Estime had a 2-yard touchdown run and a 1-yard touchdown run. So, for example, Audric Estime finished with 95 yards on 22 carries. You take out the 2 touchdown runs, it's 93 yards on 20 carries. All of a sudden, he's at 4.7 yards per carry instead of 4.3. So just some context. And when you have short fields, it's going to limit some of that a little bit as well. But even with the context, it was not a strong rushing performance. And they've got to figure out why. What are the things that are lacking right now from the run game? What are we doing? What can we do scheme-wise to maybe get back on track? What are some things we're maybe doing practice-wise that's not giving us a chance to really be rolling and be on the same page when they kind of get into the game week and get into the games and those type of things. And I also think there need to be some protection issues. And so those are more of the bigger picture things that you need to evaluate and then say, hey, this is what we need to do. Notre Dame, one thing I did like is there was a little bit more downhill against, as far as the zones, kind of trying to get downhill a little quicker. against USC instead of some of the slower developing like powers and counters. They still ran that stuff and ran that stuff effectively, but a little bit of a better blend of that stuff I felt coming into the out of this game than we had seen before. I'll gotta finish breaking down the numbers. I'll have that hopefully up later tonight or tomorrow morning on the board. That'll show a little bit of a deeper dive into that. But those are the different things: timing, getting everybody on the same page. Because the thing that we've noticed breaking the games down is it's not that they're just getting their butts kicked across the board every play. It's just, okay, 3 guys did their job on this one, 4 guys did their job on this one, 4 different guys did their job on that one, and there's always like that 1 or 2 players that, and it's different every time, that just aren't executing. And, one week the guards play well and the center plays well and the tackles play poorly. The next week it's the tackles play well and the guards and centers don't play well. Got to get everybody on the same page where you're kind of moving together as one, and that's what's missing from the O-line. It's not a talent thing. I've expressed my issues. I would, if I was Notre Dame, I'd spend the bye week ramping up Billy Schrouth's reps. That's what I would do. I don't have a lot of faith that they'll do it. But whatever it is you're going to do, you need to make sure everybody's moving in the same direction, and that's going to be a key. So self-scouting, seeing what works for you pass game wise, seeing what doesn't work, and then the last thing too, to answer your question is, I believe this is the perfect time to come up with some wrinkles. Say, okay, here's how teams are defending us. Here's what we're running a lot of. And so, for example, Notre Dame runs a lot of mesh. They run a lot of quick option routes, a lot of hitch routes and things along those lines. And so one thing that the staff's gonna have to look at is, teams are sitting on these type of things. And so we're running these crossing routes out of 3-by-1. Backside safeties are just watching it, driving on it. So what can we do in the pass game wise to take advantage of that? What are some concepts we can run? Maybe we bring an over from the other side. Maybe we try to bang a post over top of it or something along those lines. What are some things you can do? Teams are sitting on your option routes and your quick routes. So, maybe like a quick nod and go type of situation against man coverage or man free, where you can maybe get something going, more pivot route type of things, and then work on, okay, how can we teach our guys to win at the top of this route, and just some wrinkles off of what you're doing that teams are defending, and the hope being that you can get some big plays out of those, because they've got to bring the big play aspect back to the pass game. And that was one thing that was good to see at least a little bit of against USC. They didn't do it much, but when they did, it was impactful. They only threw the ball downfield a couple times in the game. I think maybe 3 or 4 attempts period. And so they weren't super aggressive throwing the ball down the field. I'm trying to think. You had the shot to Chris Tyree. You had the shot to Rico Flores that both got completed, and I'm trying to think of a couple other down the field shots that they took. You had the corner route to Mitchell Evans that got broken up. You didn't take a lot of shots, but when you did and you hit them, they were impactful. You get the ball at the 50-yard line, and you've got to put one in the end zone and put some distance between you and USC, and boom. Rico Flores gets open against cover 2. Sam Hartman reads it, gets the ball out to him quickly, 24 yards. You're cooking now. USC scores to make it 31-20. You've got to answer offensive. You've got to answer. There was still way too much time in that game to only be up 11. And you go down the field, take a shot down the field after you ran 4 out of 5 times. You had a little quick route to Mitchell Evans to move the chains on 2nd and 7, then boom, post route. And you could tell the way that Sam Hartman read that play and the way that Notre Dame set it up. They saw something from USC. That safety is going to jump number 3. And so let's throw a post behind it. It's a great play call. I'll break it down a little bit tonight. And so they took some shots, but not a lot. And hopefully they'll be able to ramp that up a little bit this week too. Is find ways to get the ball down the field, because teams are basically daring you to throw the ball outside right now, and Notre Dame is not doing it. So those are different aspects of what I want to see from this offense this week. How much of that they'll do? It's a good question. Tyler Evans with a super chat. Thank you, Tyler, very much for that. Out of the 3 interceptions, which one was your favorite and why? Well, the first one was my favorite because I think it set the tone, Tyler. And look, you're coming into that game, your team is reeling, you're backs are against the wall. You're playing this big time offense. It's a prime time game. You had, Fox noon kickoff was there. It was a big atmosphere, all that kind of stuff. And if USC comes out and just doot right down the field, punches one in the end zone, who knows how that game turns out? Maybe that just heads go down and guys are struggling, and then the offense can't go down and answer, and all of a sudden we're back to Louisville again. Don't know if that's how the game would have played out because you made that big play. And that was a big part of it to me. Once you made that big play, and this is kind of like what Ryan and I talked about on Saturday, although the defense started it, or on Thursday about the game, is that fast start, the importance of the fast start, because you needed confidence. Well, the way that Notre Dame started was even beyond my wildest dreams, because we thought that the offense needs to go down there and get a touchdown and get some momentum. But the defense then gave the offense some confidence by giving them the short field. The offense rewards them with, putting it in the end zone, and all of a sudden 7-0. And it set the tone for what was going to happen the rest of the day. And the other thing I liked about that play is that's the one where the guy was actually open. If Sam Hartman's able to put it on, or Sam Hartman, if Caleb Williams is able to put it on the tight end, he catches it. Xavier tackles him for 10, maybe 10-yard gain. Guy was open, but the pressure, Javante Jean-Baptiste, I think, is who put the pressure on, forced him to kind of go sidearm and lob it, and then Xavier picks it. So it was one of those things where I think that got in his head immediately. This is a kid that doesn't throw a lot of interceptions. He just doesn't. And to get him that early and to punch the ball in the end zone that early, I said during the week, this USC team was good, but they were a team that hadn't been tested. And the fact that they were able to go in there and make those plays on him and get that team kind of on their heels was huge. The second one was obviously big too. I mean, that was great. Set up a touchdown. I love the pressure on that. The third one was, a backbreaker for USC because Notre Dame was able to punch it in. Those are huge. Those are important. Those are all big parts of the game. But that first one for me, Tyler, is what does it for me, just because of the fact that it was such a tone setter for them in this game. And it's that fast start we always talk about. And both sides of the ball were able to contribute to that. And I think it played a big role in how the game turned out. Doesn't mean Notre Dame wouldn't have won otherwise, but I think that played a huge role in how this game played out. Next question from Christopher Galloway. Can Braylon James play the last 4 games and keep his red shirt? No, he cannot. So Braylon has played 2 games so far this season. I'm going to check on that just to be sure, but I'm pretty sure that Braylon has played in 2 games so far. Yes, Braylon has played in 2 games so far, and he played against Tennessee State and Central Michigan. So he played 5 snaps against Tennessee State, and 6 against Central Michigan. So there's a chance he can play in 2 more games. If Notre Dame cares about keeping his red shirt, and I don't really care about keeping the red shirt on the wide receiver. But if they want to keep his red shirt, it might be smart for them to only play him once more in the regular season. And that way you can save him for the bowl game just in case something happens. Injuries, portal, all that stuff. So I don't love that you have to think about that, but that's the reality of football today, is you've got to think about those things, because you'd hate to play him against, let's say, Pitt and Wake Forest, and you blow those two teams out. I hope that they do. And then all of a sudden, you've got another rash of hamstring injuries, or somebody goes in the portal, or whatever the case may be. And all of a sudden you've got to play Braylon and he loses his red shirt, or you decide not to play him and now you're shorthanded for a must-win bowl game. So if they care about that, then I wouldn't play him in more than 1 game. If they don't care about that, then just play him. And if you blow 4 teams out and you play him 4 games, I don't care. That's what I would like to see them do. And the bye week hopefully is a good period for them to work with some of those younger guys that aren't playing a ton. Get Eli Raridan, spend some time getting Eli Raridan back in sync, with the first team offense, since he's playing now. Really work on, hey, how can we utilize him in the pass game now as a complementary weapon? Maybe you can steal a big play with him. Let's really work on getting Faison going. Let's work on getting Jordan Greathouse more comfortable in these outside, roles. Let's work on maybe getting Braylon James some extra reps just during the bye week, just to see how he responds and answers the bell. And if Braylon responds appropriately, then you play him. If he doesn't respond well, then and he's just not ready, then you don't play him. I mean, it's as simple as that. So I would like to see some of that during the bye week. And a lot of times teams will do that, especially like later in the week. Well, actually, you could do it one of two ways. You could give it early in the week, maybe the first day or two, you may do some of that, and then as you get later in the week, you play your younger guys. I kind of like the idea of getting out there on Monday and Tuesday with my veterans, work out some of the stuff from the game, make some of the adjustments you need to make, and then maybe Wednesday, Thursday, maybe tamp down their reps and ramp up the reps, because you don't really need to do scout team this week a ton. I do a little bit on the first couple days, but I'd have the Wednesday, Thursday practice have a lot of team periods where I'm going younger guys. Hey, Kenny Minchie, let's get you some reps. Hey, Steve Angeli, let's get you some reps. And see what those kids can do. You never know, because sometimes I'm like, man, this guy's making some plays when we get in these team settings. He's making some plays, and then maybe you have a guy that you can put into a depth situation. Like let's get Bubakar some reps this week, see what he can do, and see if he can do what he did on his 2 snaps on Saturday with a higher volume. All that type of stuff is what I'd like to see during this week, not just with Braylon, but with the group as a whole. I have a question from God Country, Notre Dame, and Barbecue. The question is, not to bring up a competitor, but former Notre Dame player Mike Goolsby compares Jordan Faison to Golden Tate. What are your thoughts? Height-wise, I understand it. And foot quickness wise, I understand it. Golden was a very sudden athlete. He could change directions quickly and immediately and not look like he was setting it up. And I think Jordan Faison has some of that to his game as well. That's about it, honestly. When I look at Golden, I see a guy that's more powerfully built. Golden was actually built more like a running back than a wide receiver. Jordan's a little bit thinner, leaner. He doesn't have the same power as a runner that Golden had. Golden was very hard to tackle in space because he was a really thick kid. Jordan is, to me, right now, more of a get him on the run kind of guy, get him in space, let him catch crossers, let him catch overs, let him catch those type of routes, get him reversed, as we saw this weekend. I was glad to finally see a reverse. I don't know that Jordan is a guy that's going to be the contested catch guy that Golden was. That was because Golden was very unique in that regard for his size. I mean, you don't see a lot of guys that are 5'10" that can win the one-on-one contested type of throws that Golden had. He was a freak in that regard in college. And so I also don't see Jordan Faison being the volume player that Golden was. I mean, Golden was the guy that caught 94 passes, something like that, as a junior, when and just really stepped up and took a big volume role when Michael Floyd went down that season. And so I don't see Jordan Faison being that type of player. Golden was also a guy that could play outside as a legit outside player at Notre Dame. Jordan Faison can play outside in certain looks, but he's primarily 93 catches, by the way. I was one off on that. But, I just think how you use him is going to be a little bit different. Be like, let's look at the numbers. Like Michigan in 2009, Golden had 9, 7, 5, 9, 8, 11, 4, 9, 9, 9, 10 were his catch numbers. And a lot of that, I mean, there were some screens and things, but he was catching balls down the field over the middle in ways that you would more throw to a guy that was more of a bigger, every down type of player. And that's not what Jordan Faison is. So there are some things that are similarities that could make me say, yeah, I get that. I can see that. I don't think it's certainly not outlandish to say, okay, yeah, I understand where he's coming from. I just think their games are a lot different. I think Golden gets lumped into sort of a certain type of receiver because of his size, his height wise. But I think he played much more like an outside guy. Jordan is more of a true spread slot type of guy to me. Is more how his game is compared. So I don't hate that comparison. I would just I'd probably compare him if you're looking for a Notre Dame receiver to compare him to. He's got a lot of Amir Carlisle in his game. I think Amir was another guy that was real shifty, and had good speed, but not like a true burner. I think Jordan Faison's fast, but he's not in like the same Chris Tyree level of speed as far as like pure track time. Plenty fast. And so was Amir, and how you used him. Amir was catching slants, screens, crossers, things like that. I think Amir Carlisle would probably be my ideal comparison if you're looking to have a Notre Dame guy to be that comparison. If that's like what you're really looking for, that would be a good comparison. And even more so than like a Chris Fink, who was another slot guy that Notre Dame had. I mean, there's some similarities there size wise, but like Chris Fink to me was more of a downfield route runner type of guy. He wasn't the you got to get this guy the football type of guy that a player like Jordan Faison can be in time. So uh, I think Amir is probably the best the best example I can think of. And Amir was a good football player. I mean, I think I'll say this. Amir's a guy that was making the transition to receiver after playing running back his first couple years. I mean, he played running back at USC in 2011. He started off as a running back at Notre Dame in 2013. So it wasn't until his senior season of college, 2014, that he started playing wide receiver. Caught 23 balls that year, came out as a fifth-year guy in 2015, caught 31 as part of that receiving core. Jordan Faison's beyond where Amir was from that regard, where he is a wide receiver. He played it in high school. He's obviously got a lot more natural route runner than Amir was, but athletically, body type, usage wise, I think that's a very fair comparison. Would be more so Amir Carlisle than Golden Tate for me. Call Me Ty asks, if Xavier Watts doesn't come back next year, what do you think Notre Dame does about safety? If Xavier, man, I hope we don't have to find out what Notre Dame would do in that regard. That would be bad, in my opinion. That would be scary. Here's what they're going to have to do. Number one, you're going to have to you're going to have to spend the entire offseason making sure that Antonio Carter and Ben Minnick and Adon Schuler are ready to play. That's number one. You've got to coach them up. There's some talent there to work with. I really like what I've seen from Adon Schuler. I know the coaches were really high on Ben Minnick before the injuries, and Antonio Carter is still in the process of making that transition. Get those guys ready to play. You're going to have to bring back Ramon Henderson at that point in time, so you've got to figure out ways to get more out of him. There's two other things you need to do after that. Number one, because I don't know that a lot of the freshmen are going to be ready to play right away, guys. I don't know that Day'Ron Benny Powell's game right now is suited for what Notre Dame would need from a safety next year. I haven't seen Kennedy Urlacher's senior film yet, to be honest with you, so I can't speak on him. But from what he was as a junior, he's probably a guy that needs a year to really get comfortable at safety before making that rotation. Bronte Johnson athletically can certainly play as a freshman, but he's got to get stronger, and he's battling a shoulder injury right now, and he's still more of an athlete than he is a pure safety. So you don't know that you can depend on those guys immediately. Now, if they step up and play, great, they step up and play. But you're going to have to do you're going to have to do two things. They're going to have to, number one, you got to look at your cornerback position. And you've got to say, okay, you got Benjamin Morrison coming back. You've got Jaden Mickey coming back. You've got Chance Tucker. You've got Ryan Barnes. You've got Christian Gray. And you got Micah Bell. And you're also bringing in Leonard Moore and Carson Hobbs. So you look at your cornerback position, even after losing Cam Hart, who's been brilliant this year, you're still going to be really deep at corner. You're going to have to figure out which of those guys can move to safety and play. You have to. You have to. Now, that doesn't mean that they automatically go and start. No, I'm not saying that. One guy that I would absolutely move to safety, and I've said this a bunch, is Clarence Lewis. If Xavier leaves, it's almost a must. You got to, as a fifth-year senior, you've got to move him to safety, in my opinion. You're going to have to. And then you're going to have to look at the portal and see if there's any guys out there that can help you. And I don't know that there will be. I really don't. The safety portal options this year weren't great, and the guys that were pretty good players were not going to give Notre Dame the time of day. So it's going to be tough, but you're going to have to look at the portal. And Notre Dame's going to have to be very picky with the portal, and just talking to some people with the numbers of the heavy numbers of guys they're bringing in mid-year with the high school kids. They're going to be very limited on the number of mid-year portal guys they can bring in. It's going to be a small number. And so you're probably going to have to go with the Antonio Carter route, which bringing a guy in after the spring or into the summer, which is not ideal if you're looking to bring in a guy that's going to play a bunch because there's got to be that adjustment from one system to the other, and those are kind of my concerns, to be honest with you. That's a position right now that I'm probably the most concerned about heading into the season, to be honest with you, is or next season. Kind of looking forward to next season because Notre Dame's going to be young at a lot of spots, and but the talent level is going to be really good. And so it's like, hey, how quickly after that A&M game can you get the young talent up to speed? Safety is the position that if Xavier Watts comes back, they're fine. They're good. If he leaves, it could get really tricky. Really, really tricky. So we'll see. We'll see kind of how it plays out. Next question is from Brian Reitz. Brian asks, what changes do you think Notre Dame can implement on the formations on offense so it's not so obvious what they are going to run? I don't think that it's necessarily obvious what they're going to run. I thought the Duke game was the one time it was very obvious what they were going to run. Louisville game, they were a little predictable on what they ran, but they didn't run it out of the same stuff every time. I don't know that I would. I mean, Brian, I'm going to dive into this stuff during the bye week as well. I don't think it's so obvious that what Notre Dame's going to run per se. It's just more about you've got some heavier run versus pass tendencies out of certain looks, and you're just not doing enough to get defenses guessing. So when we talked about last week, and I know Jesse did a breakdown of this on one of the night shows as well, when you're not doing a lot of movement pre-snap, they may not know what you're going to run, but they have an idea of who can do what, and they can get their calls and get their things lined up. They know what protections you run, and they can attack it that way. It's not so much they know, hey, power's coming, but there was a 2-week period where we saw a little bit of that. I thought Notre Dame did a decent job of mixing that stuff up on Saturday. We saw some motions and shifts and some different things, which I thought was good. Saw Faison going in motion. We saw Tyree going in motion a little bit. So it's just build on that, Brian, is really the big thing. And so when it comes to your specific question, if I grant the premise, what you basically have to do is part of self-scouting is like when we line up in this formation, we run this play a ton and we don't run it any other time. Okay. Well, we're going to still run that play out of that formation because we need that look. So like, hey, we can't run this particular heavy counter or heavy power without getting that extra hat backside. So when we run that play a lot out of this look, it's so you either line up that way or you motion a guy to it. Either way, it's a tell for the defense. Okay, we don't stop running that play. Uh, and so, Brian, so what you look at is you say, okay, well, we do this a lot out of this formation. They're going to be prepared for it. So instead of saying scrap it, you do two things. One is you see if there's other ways you can run that play. But the other thing is, okay, what can we anticipate defenses are going to do? Well, Pitt lines up like this. They play defense this way. This is most likely what answers they're going to have for this. So then you have something where you're going to try to catch them. So hey, and last couple teams we've played, when we go the short edge, they crash off of that. That kind of leads into what Pitt does. So we're going to have this bootleg, we're going to have this reverse, we're going to have this play action, or we're going to have this motion off of it, or is what you're doing. Then the other way is how are different ways we can get into it. And that's why the motions and shifts are so important, because you can line up one way, they think you're going to be that way, and then boom, you do a quick motion and a quick shift, and then a quick jet motion. And all of a sudden, you've messed up their numbers count, and they're not quite sure what's coming. They may stop it a couple times, but that one time you catch them on their heels, and they're not quite ready, don't quite have their call in or their adjustments in, then boom, you run that sucker, block it up, and you're on your way. So those are some different things you do, and that's what bye weeks to me are really good for. A lot of people say, bye week, we can run a bunch of extra stuff and we have extra time studying the opponent. And that's fine. Your analysts can do that. And there's going to be something to that. But I believe the teams that do the best job during the bye week are the teams that break themselves down and say, what are we good at? What are we not good at? Maybe you scrap a couple things. Maybe you add some wrinkles to what we do. Like, hey, we're really good at this, but we didn't anticipate being really good at this. And so we've got to add some wrinkles off of that so we can make this more of a bread and butter thing for us, because if you're going to do something bread and butter, you've got to have counters off of it. whether it be different run looks off of it. So, hey, we line up like this and we run this real predominantly. So, what's something we can run away from that to counter them the fact that they're going to play that? What are some things we can do pass game wise to protect our run game tendencies? What are some things we can do run game wise to protect some of our pass game tendencies? We run tunnel a lot. Teams are prepared for that. Let's find ways that we can maybe take advantage of that. And like you did against Louisville, and this time don't commit a penalty. So I think it's about complementing those things more so than and then that breaks those tendencies, right? So like, hey, Notre Dame came out and hit a 50-yard touchdown because we overplayed this and they broke a tendency and they beat us for a big touchdown and now we've got to play it safer. I think those are parts of what you're going to see this week from the Notre Dame offense, or at least what I hope from the Notre Dame offense and defense. Should probably help if I unmute myself, doesn't it? I gave myself one of these. So we have a question from God Country Notre Dame and Barbecue. He asks, "How does Marcus Freeman see the signs of the Louisville game coming? And once he sees the signs, how does he prevent it?" That is a great question. And the answer is it's hard to prevent it because it doesn't always come the same way. And what I mean by that is this. There have been I'll give you some of my experience. There have been times when we have had great weeks of practice. For whatever reason, our team shows up flat on Saturday. And there have been times when we'd have bad weeks of practice, just the ball hitting the ground, being sloppy, all that kind of stuff. And we go out there on Saturday and just roll. So it can be hard sometimes, but there are some signs you can look for. You've got to have coaches that are really in tune with their players. You've got to have good communication early in the week about things that you might be seeing. And you've got to say, hey, look, and the staff kind of did this. They said, look, they backed off some of the stuff against Louisville because they thought they were worn down. And maybe that was a bad idea. Maybe the fact that you backed off for all the right reasons is why your team wasn't as locked in, because you got them out of their routine. And football players are creatures of habit, big time. And so you may say, hey, look, we've got to do a better job of saying, hey, when you get in those type of weeks, we don't back off how we go about attacking teams. We don't go about our practice schedule. We're going to still be in pads. We're going to still do this. We're going to still do that. But what we'll do differently is maybe instead of a 70-30 ones versus twos split of reps, we'll do a 60-40. Or, maybe on Wednesday, we'll maybe on Monday or Tuesday, we'll do a 50-50 type of thing or a 60-40 type of thing, and then maybe ramp it up on as the week goes on, or vice versa. We'll have an early Monday, Tuesday, get the base offense in, but then maybe on Wednesday or Thursday, we mix up those reps a little bit between the ones and the twos just to take a little bit of pounding off of them. Be more cognizant of, okay, what do we need to do with the training staff post-practice? Hey, look, I can't back off these guys right now. We got a big game coming up. We got to get these next 2 weeks. I can't just not go. And so what can we do from a recovery standpoint this week to help with this? So there's those type of things where you see those signs because you see guys dragging, maybe see the heads are going down, the confidence isn't there. You don't have that same pep in your step that maybe you did the heading into the Ohio State week. Those are all things you need to see. And then maybe you need to ramp up the mental reps, whatever the case may be. And I think another thing too is when you see those guys kind of getting to that point in time, you've got to have a laser focus as a coach and say, hey, listen, this week I can't be crushing these guys for every little mistake. And meaning when I mean crushing them is just like, I'm an emotional, energetic, loud coach. That's how I was. And there's got to be weeks where you got to say, hey, look, I'm not taking a step back from the attention to detail. I'm going to still be every bit as demanding. But maybe this week, when a guy makes a mistake, instead of yelling at him across the field, which you're not doing to punish him, you're doing, and I've always said this to my receivers, I'm yelling at you so that you can hear me, but also so the rest of the rest of the receivers can hear me, so that I don't have to tell them something, you something, and then go tell all them something. But maybe there's a week where my guys are worn down. and mentally worn down, and I can say, "Listen, come here. Okay, listen, here's what I need you to do. This is what, you know." And so it's a little bit more, I'm still demanding the same level of excellence from them, but I'm just trying to maybe take down the energy level a little bit. And then some weeks it's going to be the exact opposite. Like, man, we got to ramp this up a little bit because we are just not, we do not have the same focus level or energy level. And so it's just about knowing your team and seeing the warning signs and then just powering through it. I think that's a big thing. But it sometimes the danger can be when you get them out of routine in an attempt to protect them, which Coach Freeman admitted he did. They did scale back some of the stuff the week of the Louisville game. That can have a negative impact in their focus and their energy level and those type of things. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying it can, and you just have to be aware of that. But here's the other thing too. This is part of that experience because as a, I don't care how experienced you are as a coach. When you're at a new program, you've been a coach somewhere 15 years, you take over a new program. It's a different culture. It's a different, I'm not talking about like your program culture. I'm talking about the school. It's a different culture. It's players that are still learning who you are. You're still learning them. And then you have the personnel losses Notre Dame had last year, which weren't significant to the from a volume standpoint, but they were, you know, some of your veterans and your leaders. You don't always know how a team is going to react. The longer you're at a place, the longer the roster is shaped by guys that you went out and picked, and they have the attitudes and the things that you want. And this isn't an us versus them thing. It's just, it sounds like it, but I promise you, it's not. It's not like the older guys suck and wait till the younger guys come in. It just means it's more about, I haven't been with you for 4 years. I've been with you for a year. I'm still learning what makes you tick. I'm in year two. I got a little bit better idea, but now we're facing different circumstances than we faced last year. And I'm not sure how you're going to respond, and you're not sure how I'm going to respond. So part of that is just experience. Just the longer you do it, the more you realize what works. The more that Marcus Freeman goes through midterm weeks at Notre Dame, the more he'll say, here's what worked, here's what didn't work in future years, and then tailor that to the unique needs and demands of that particular team. So I think all of those things factor into it, but just the experience thing is a big part of it. It's just knowing, because now let's just say Marcus Freeman sitting in the mirror say, you know what, this is on me. I should not have pulled back last week. Shouldn't have. And so I won't make that mistake again. Okay, but I'm going to pull back. How are you going to help them recover so they don't wear down if you have an 8 week um, type of situation? Because when you look at next year's schedule, for example, let me just pull up the Notre Dame 2024 football schedule. Right now, Notre Dame is slated to play Texas A&M on August 31st. And for right now, they have 5 games scheduled over those next 2 weeks. There's currently a bye between September 28th and October 12th. There's also a bye between November 16th and November 30th. In one of those two areas, Notre Dame's going to have to find a game. And so if you look at, and there's also a bye between October 22nd and November 9th. So right now, the way the schedule sets out, there's 3 open dates, depending on when they fit a team into that schedule. So if they fit if they fit a game into so it'd be October 5th. If the only way they can get the schedule finished to get to 12 is to find a game in that October 5th window, then Notre Dame's going to be in a situation again where you're not going to get a bye until November 2nd. Now, hopefully, they put a game in later in the year. It would be ideal, and then you can have that week 5 or week 6 bye, but it's not a given. And so there may be years where you're going to have a similar 8-game stretch, and you've got to have a better understanding of how to handle that. So again, all comes from experience, and you don't really know how you're going to handle the situation until you go through it. Because every coach says, "Well, not." I promise you, I did that as a coach too. When I'm a head coach, I'm going to handle it this way. And then you become a head coach. And some of the things that you felt that on, spot on. And this is why I'm successful. But in other times, you're going to be like, all right, that didn't work. And now I understand why the head coach did it the way he did it. And those are part of the lessons that you learn being a head coach is like, yeah, I thought this would work. And then as a head coach and you realize you got a whole team to worry about and you realize, yeah, it didn't go how I went. And then you learn and you adjust and you do it differently or better the next time. And that's all part of it. Pete Weber with a question says, based on personnel changes and production we've seen over the past few weeks, what changes do you expect to see in regards to playing time as we come out of the bye week? My answer is similar to the one I had earlier about adjustments. I don't know, Pete. I don't know what they're going to do. My guess would be we're going to see a running back room that looks a little different in how it's broken up. Marcus Freeman talked about this. This is my guess is based on what Marcus Freeman said. It's going to consolidate a little bit more around Love and Estime. My hope is that the kick return from Jadarian Price against USC says, hey, we also have to figure out more ways to get this kid to football. I believe we'll see a receiver rotation that is a little bit more solidified, however that is. And at this point in time, I have my opinions on who needs to play more and who needs to get the ball more. That doesn't even matter right now. If you guys disagree with me, Notre Dame staff, that's fine. But whoever is in your rotation, those guys need to play more and get into more of a rhythm, because you can't keep doing this nonstop rotation that you did. And if they do that, I think they'll be able to find some answers. I do. I think they'll be able to find some answers that way. And just whoever you've decided is your guys that you need to build around. I may disagree with it. I may not like it. But the fact of the matter is they need to figure it out and roll with it. And if they do that, then I think they'll be okay. And getting healthy is going to help with that too. I mean, Jaden Thomas played 6 snaps on Saturday. He didn't play only 6 snaps. This is Corner Pro Football Focus. He didn't only play 6 snaps because they didn't want to play him and he stinks and he's not playing a lot. It's because he's injured. And so this hopefully is a great week to get him healthy and get him back. But what are you going to do with him? Hey, I like some of the things that Jaden Greathouse is doing over here. And maybe we need to have Tobias Merriweather and Jaden Greathouse be over there. I don't know what Deion Colsey's. One of the questions was, is Deion Colsey going to be back for the pick game? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not optimistic about it, but if he is, okay, now what do you do with Jaden Thomas? I mean, if you got Deion and Jaden Greathouse kind of rotating into that boundary position, now maybe you can do some different things with Jaden Thomas. And so and there are some things you can do with Chris Tyree outside, not as a full-time role, but there are certainly some things you can do to use him, especially if you can get a couple more big plays out of him and teams start focusing on him more. I'm telling you, if Notre Dame is willing to do more things to get Chris Tyree the football, you're going to see teams overreact to it, because for all the hate he gets, and it does seem like hate. It's not just I don't think he can play, but it's just this weird thing that some fans have with Chris Tyree. Here's some facts about Chris Tyree. Number one, he's second on the team in catches. He's second on the team in receiving yards, and he's only a catch behind Mitchell Evans in receiving yards. That's it. So he's been productive. He's number 2. He's tied for second on the team in receiving touchdowns. And he's been a big play guy. He's averaging 22.2 yards per catch. So the fact of the matter is the guy's been productive. He's got 1 drop on the year. I think you could maybe count last week's drop as a second, although I don't think that was a very good ball from Sam Hartman. But Chris Tyree has done so. So I mentioned earlier that Chris Tyree is 1 catch behind. He's 8 catches behind Mitchell Evans, and he's only 1 yard behind Mitchell Evans in total yards. But Mitchell Evans on the season, according to Pro Football Focus, has 13 more targets than Chris Tyree. Chris Tyree has 11 fewer targets than Rico Flores, but he has more catches than Rico Flores by 1, and he's got about 177, if I'm doing the math correctly, about 177 more receiving yards on 11 fewer targets than Rico Flores on the season. He's got 1 fewer target than Jaden Thomas right now, who's, again, been out, but still has more catches and about 127 more yards than Jaden Thomas. So he's been a big play weapon. There's got to be more ways you can get him the ball. He's starting to look more comfortable at wide receiver. And it's not even about getting him the ball a lot more that just impacts him. It's about if you can do more things with him, it protects the run game, it protects that. And that is why I kind of like seeing Jordan Faison out there getting that reverse, because at least you're doing that. So now if you're doing Jordan Faison in motion, there's still that threat of, this guy can get the ball. But let's be honest. No matter what we as Notre Dame fans think of Jordan Faison or Chris Tyree, you guys have to be willing to admit that Chris Tyree is a much more known commodity. to opponents. This is a guy that's got 290+ yard touchdowns under his belt in his career. He's a guy that he was a big time recruit, 290-yard touchdowns under his belt. He's got a 70-yard touchdown under his belt. He's got multiple 50-yard touchdowns under his belt. And he just had a back-breaking 46-yard touchdown against USC where he beat USC starting nickel, and he didn't even run a very good route. He just went boop, boop. But he's just faster than that guy. So the more things like that happen, the more teams have to start paying attention to him, which then helps out other people. And so using him and Jordan Faison also in ways to influence the defense with what they can do with the ball in their hands, but also then what that impacts teams on how they impact it is another thing you can do to get your offense going. There's things you can do pass game wise. If I run this action, so like I'd love to see Notre Dame with Chris Tyree kind of have him go in motion and do just a really quick wrap around and just throw him a bubble screen and see if he can make a play. And if he can't, he can't. But if you break that, all of a sudden the next time you do that, you fake to him and you've got something backside, or you can pump and go. There's all types of different things that you can do. You can run inside because those linebackers are running out. Perfect example is this, and it's a little bit different, but you'll understand the point that I'm making on this. Do you remember when they played USC in 2017? Notre Dame had one of the big plays of that game. They had many. Was the 80? I think it was an 84-yard touchdown run for Josh Adams against USC. And two things happened on that play. Number one is Alex Bars had a great block. I mean, it was a phenomenal block. I talked about it last week. But number two is you saw like three guys go running outside on Brandon Wimbush. So Brandon hands the inside zone off to Josh, and he starts running outside like it's a read zone. Well, he had already hurt USC multiple times with his legs. They had seen on film throughout the season already that this number 7's a weapon with his legs. So as he's running outside, three guys go with him. Now, somebody made a mistake, but that's the point. It takes one guy to screw up one time, and all of a sudden Josh Adams is 84 yards for a touchdown. Imagine if they were doing some things, a little bit more creative pre-snap motions to get Tyree the ball, phase on the ball, and Jeremiah Love the football, because there's things you can do out of 21 personnel, and that would apply there. Jadarian Price. I mean, Jadarian Price now has some big play touchdowns under his belt, and teams have seen this kid's got some speed too. So let's say there's some things you do with him or Jeremiah Love. It's not just about Tyree, but it's about this. The more things you do like that, all of a sudden it takes one time that you're running this little swing action where you're selling the heck out of it, or maybe you have Chris Tyree and Jeremiah Love in the backfield together. And instead of doing a motion, you have Jeremiah Love here, you have Chris Tyree here, you run it. You do a zone read to Chris, or a zone action to Jeremiah Love. Chris Tyree's running around on the swing. You throw him a swing. That overhang defender bites down in the run action, and all of a sudden Chris Tyree catches the swing, and he is gone because you've got an outside block, and boom, he's up the sideline. Well, the next time you do that, what's that outside hang defender going to do? I'm watching number 4 now. And then all of a sudden, that's the one you give to Jeremiah Love, and that guy doesn't close fast enough to get to him. Now what happens? Boom, you're out of there. So those are the type of things where now that you know who your personnel is, you know what Chris Tyree is as a receiver, and you know what he's not. And I would love to see Notre Dame bring Chris Tyree back next year, because I think as he gets another full offseason to learn the position, he's going to be even better. But here's the facts of the matter. Chris Tyree has 16 catches for over 355 yards. He's averaging 22.2 yards per play, and he's got 3 touchdowns. And his touchdowns have been gains of 75, 46, and I think like 26, 25, 26. They've been big plays. And so how do we utilize that to, number one, still get big plays from him, but then to maybe influence some other things? Now that teams are king on Jeremiah Love. Here's an example. A buddy says to me, he goes, they should have had Jeremiah Love in the game more. He needs to be taking touches away from Jabron Payne. It's like, well, Jabron's kind of a third down guy. And he's like, yeah, but on third down, I want Jeremiah Love getting the ball. I said, okay, let me give you this example. On that third down touchdown pass in the first drive, they didn't cover Jabron Payne. It was a great call. I mean, they ran a screen. They leaked Jabron Payne out. The play was designed to go to Jabron Payne. Get him the football. And you're like, of all the weapons on your offense, why are you designing plays for Jabron Payne? Well, he's a good player. But number two, that's what the defense is thinking. Well, in that situation, of all the guys on the field, Is Jabron Payne in your top 2 or 3 of guys you're worried about on that third down call? No, it's not, which is what made it a great call. You used him to, hey, this guy's in the field, and so they're going to be focusing on this guy. So let me get this guy to football. If Jeremiah Love is in there at running back, that play may not work. Why? Because they're going to key on Jeremiah Love. Well, there's some things now on the flip side of this that you can have Jeremiah Love in the game and do things and then set up something else. And then on top of doing more things, get him the football. So those are just different things to me, Pete, that I want to see personnel wise is you figure out who you want your playmakers to be and then build more around them, because there's still a little bit too much of just a hodgepodge of play calls. Even against USC, which was better than what we saw the previous 2 weeks, there still was just like you're just kind of calling plays to call plays. There's not enough building on each other. And then what's the one series where Notre Dame threw some wrinkles at the defense? It was the one series they had the early long drive. I think it ended up being a field goal, but they ran the little tunnel to Chris Tyree. They ran the reverse to Jordan Faison. Those 2 plays right there got Notre Dame in scoring territory against them. Let me pull up that series right here. So that was, yeah. So you started that drive at your own 36-yard line. You went -1 on play 1. You ran an option route to Jordan Faison on number 2. And then on third down, you got Tyree free for a tunnel, went for 16. Then the next play, you run a reverse that goes for 13. And then all of a sudden, just like that, you're in USC territory. And drive ended up stalling out for different reasons, but there's a couple nice calls there. But you start seeing some of those wrinkles. You're doing these things to kind of build on something else. Just need to see that more regularly. Why are we calling this play? What are we trying to attack from the defense? How are we trying to use our personnel? What's the point other than just, hey, I think we can run this play because I think it'll work in that situation? That's part of it. But there's got to be more method to the madness, because then that tells you what you're going to do to build on that. Okay, well, if we're doing this for this and we're doing that for that, how do these things marry together? And what can we do off of this and off of that? And how can we do things to get this guy to football? What are some 4 or 5 things that I can do this offseason, this week? And this, if I'm Dylan McCullough and I'm Chancey Stuckey, I'm pounding on the table saying it for both of these guys. I'm saying it to Jared Parker. We got to do more things to get number 12 to football without taking away from number 7. All right. Okay. How do you suggest we do that? Hey, we need to get number 24 the football more. Okay. How do you suggest we do that? We only have so many snaps, so many footballs. Okay. Here's how. Hey, we need to get number 4 the football more. If Chancey Stuckey's not pounding on the table for more touches for number 4 in different ways, then he's not doing this coaching thing right. Okay. Well, how do you suggest we do that? And how can we do those things together to influence the defense? How do they build on each other? Okay, well, if we're doing this for this guy, then what we can do off of this is this, because this is how they're going to defend it, and we've got a guy that can take advantage of it. Those are all the things that I want to see. Sounds like a lot, but it's really not unmanageable, in my opinion. It's something that can certainly be done over the course of the next couple weeks and next couple because you got to think too is there's this bye week and some stuff you can kind of get ready for Pitt and Clemson. Then you got another bye week before the last 2 games. And so, that 2-game stretch is going to be a lot more manageable than this next 2-game stretch. My hope is that Notre Dame doesn't just say, this is who we are. We're not playing any great teams. We just got to get through these next 4 games and win out, and then we can figure stuff out in bowl season. No. Start figuring that stuff out now. There's going to be some things you add the next couple weeks that maybe don't go your way and you don't like, and so you throw them out during the next bye week. But you need to start building on who you need to be, because I'm telling you, if this offense can find their stride over the next month, who knows what's going to happen with where they're going to be in the postseason. But whatever their postseason destination is, if this offense can hit its stride over the next month, they're going to be dangerous for whoever they play, because we know, guys, the defense is big time. It's big time. And if the offense catches fire over the final month, what is that going to do for the defense? You take that pressure of we've got to shut everybody out off of that unit, this team could start getting really scary good. And that's ultimately the goal. Like, look, playoff is out. I mean, maybe like chaos ensues over the next month and a bunch of teams lose multiple games and they get back in because they've got some really good wins. Maybe that happens. I'm not really spending a lot of time thinking about that. I'm not like looking at the schedule, like, doing like all this crazy, like, okay, if this happens and that happens and this, Look, they're probably not a playoff team, but what I want to see is Notre Dame finish really impressively. Don't just win games, but really rip people up. It's going to help you close on recruiting. It's going to send you into the bowl season with a lot of momentum. If you can win the bowl game, it sends you into next year with a lot of momentum, and this program can really start rolling. So it's important. It's not just about let's just win these next 4 games and grind them out. Yeah, you want to win the next 4 games, but how about you put some emphasis on let's figure out who we want to be and start steering into that. And if they can do that, I think this team could end up being really scary good down the stretch. Really can. I'm gonna thank everybody for your patience as I take these breaks because this is the only way that I can get through the show is to drink some of that hot tea to survive over the next few hours because we're just getting rocking and rolling. We still have 75 questions left, so I'm gonna try to get through a lot of these as we move forward. T Guns asks, how much of an effect do you think something like College Game Day can have on the home team? Probably not as much for later games. Do you think Notre Dame's record is different with game day at Notre Dame or Duke? No, I don't think. Look, Tommy, it's every team is different. Some teams are going to get caught off guard by the hype. I think Duke fed into it really well. I think it was a motivator for Duke. I think their staff used that opportunity to say to the players, "Hey guys, we've got a chance to shock the world today." And then you do it in a way that doesn't build pressure. I thought Mike Elko handled that great. Him and that staff handled that great. They were ready to show everybody who they could be. Notre Dame wasn't quite as ready to do that, and they were still feeling some of the after effects of it. I think the way that Notre Dame does it specifically, I don't think the game day stuff has much of an impact because the players aren't on campus. They're at a hotel. So what Notre Dame does is on Friday night they stay in a team hotel. And so family, they see them there, they do all those type of functions together. So they're kind of away from all that. They don't really see all that. Now, they may be on their phones and seeing all that kind of stuff, but if you're doing it right, it's not really a thing. It's something you can avoid that. And there's other ways to do it right. I mean, if you're trying to avoid it. And if you're doing it right and you don't want to avoid it and you want to embrace it, then there's ways to do that as well. You just got to make sure that you don't what you can't do is make it seem like, hey, we've got to do something different. You can present the opportunity, and that's what I feel like Duke did is hey guys, we got this opportunity to show people who we are. Well, who are we? Well, we're not a team that's going to do 87 gimmick things this week to do something different because we don't believe we can beat Notre Dame. No, we're going to show you who we are. We're going to lean into who we are. And our game plan will be steered towards stopping Notre Dame, but we're a team that's got a really good D line. So let's go show the world what we can do. We're a team that can do this. And so let's go show the world we can do. And it's almost like a challenge, like, hey, this is your moment. This is what we've been building for. Some teams don't handle that well, some teams do. And so it really just comes down to how you handle it. I don't think it inherently has a positive or negative effect um, on a team, just inherently. I think it just depends on who your team is and what you're capable of and what your leadership is like as a team and what your leadership is like as from a coaching standpoint, and then what your plan is. And in this case, I think Notre Dame has handled that well. I mean, they're 1-1 when game day's there. They're 2-1 on days where there's some sort of thing there because you had the big noon kickoff was in town for the USC game, and I don't think they played poorly against Ohio State. I just think they didn't execute in the key moments. I mean, but emotionally, physically, Notre Dame was ready to play. I mean, they played hard. They battled. Ohio State just made a couple more plays than they did. I mean, it was really a really hard fought game between two teams. And I'm not going to do what like the USC fans are doing now, which is like Notre Dame didn't really beat USC. USC beat themselves. Blah 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 blah. Giving Notre Dame no credit. I don't think Notre Dame missed opportunities to beat Ohio State. They should have beat Ohio State. But you also have to credit Ohio State for plays they made. And they did, and Notre Dame didn't. And so that's who won the game. But I never felt like, gee, Notre Dame wasn't ready for the moment of the game. I thought they were. And so was Ohio State. And they made more plays. Same with Duke. I don't think Notre Dame struggled that game because of game day being there. I think it had more to do with the fact that Notre Dame was suffering from the after effects of the way that they lost Ohio State. I think that had a lot to do with it, more so than game day. So it's my 2 cents. Larry Friedel asks, does Xavier Watts have 1 or 2 years of eligibility left? So Xavier Watts is a senior who was a freshman in 2020, the COVID year. So he is not one of those guys that has the extra COVID year. His red shirt was the same year as the COVID year. So Xavier has 1 year left after this season. So Larry, if you're asking about two, if you're counting this year, then he has two. So 23 and 24. But he has no eligibility beyond 2024, barring some sort of injury situation happening next year, which I don't see that. But obviously, he has one more season left after this year, and I hope he takes it because look, he had a great game on Saturday, but there's a lot Xavier still has left to learn as a safety that another full year playing that position could help him with. And I'm hoping that he takes advantage of it. And it's good for Notre Dame too, but also good for Xavier to be in that type of situation. Got a question from Call Me Ty. Says, just wanted your thoughts on the 24 commits. Anybody that's standing out to you? Good question. So CJ Carr, I've watched a lot of his senior film. He's just a more experienced version of who he is, which is very good. He's been what I'd hoped he would be. Keidron Young has taken that senior year jump that I had hoped for. He was very good as a junior. He's even better as a senior. Normal progression. We've talked about. Haven't seen Aeneas Williams yet. Gearby Lambert's technique has improved quite a bit. He's a much more dominant player so far this year. Styles Prescott has taken a huge jump this year, in my opinion. He's been really good. I know Ryan has talked about Anthony Knapp taking a jump. I haven't seen Anthony Knapp yet, so I can't speak to him. I haven't watched Peter Jones this season so far. Micah Gilbert's been really dynamic this year. Like he is a man possessed. He's playing, he looks healthier. He's got a little bit more juice off the line, but it's not so much about that. It's just he's playing. I've said a lot about Notre Dame. He's playing with a lot more urgency, and his production has skyrocketed compared to past seasons. He's already set career highs in catches and yards and all those type of things. He's just a much more, even more polished, but just a more, you can just tell he just has a little bit more, just that dog, just like, man, I want to beat you. He's playing both ways. He had a huge pick this weekend of Jaden Davis as well, which is big. Cam Williams is the same guy he was last year as far as the things he's doing, playing a little bit more defense. They've been lining him up a quarterback. But the thing that's jumped out to me about him, it's not so much the production, because I don't really bump a guy up from a star ranking standpoint or a grade standpoint just because he produced more as a more polished guy or whatever, or maybe he's the same guy but just getting more touches. It's, did he make an improvement in from a technical standpoint? Did he make an improvement from a physical standpoint? And physical standpoint can mean your size growth, or can mean you're stronger, faster, something along those lines. And that's part of, like with Micah Gilbert, I think he's stronger than he was last year. And he was strong last year, but with Cam's got even more juice this year than he did last year. So he was a 4.5-star top 50 guy for me coming into the season, and he's been more explosive. So his grade will rise because of that. And so that's a big thing to see. Defensively, Bryce Young's a different guy. I mean, he was a tall, gangly kid. He was probably 220 last year, 225 at the most. Showed some burst off the edge, but just was still learning the game. I mean, think about some of the questions we asked about him is like, you'd think with his dad being who he is, he'd be a little bit further along technically. And, you're seeing that jump this year. He's gained 30, 40 pounds. He's more explosive. He's a lot more powerful. He looks more and more like a football player, like a natural football player now. And he's just been dominant. I mean, he's been outstanding so far this season. Bodie Cahoon's numbers are great. I just haven't seen a lot of film of him yet. Kingston is more smooth and athletic and explosive than he was. I think the year back from the year, an extra year move from the injuries really helped him become a more explosive player, more impactful player. I haven't seen anything from Leonard Moore. I haven't found any film on him yet, so I can't really comment on him just yet. Same with Bronte, same with Kennedy Urlacher and Tabron Benny Powell. But of those guys that I've watched, there's been some that have made big jumps. Jack Larson's been very good this year. His ball skills, I mean, he hasn't necessarily gotten better this year in that regard. He's always just been great at it. He's got sick ball skills. I mean, just really great ball skills. And he's playing some defense this year. I remember watching the game on ESPN where he was going against Providence Day. He got a really good sack in the game. So, I like Jack. I think Jack's gone from he's become a very underrated part of this class, in my opinion. Very underrated part of this class. Tommy Guns is the best college football team in Virginia one lacking the name of the state? Well, Tommy, and when you look at my IB top 25, the only team from the state of Virginia that I had in my top 25 is James Madison. So I would agree that James Madison right now is the best team in the state of Virginia. I don't really think it's debatable, to be completely honest with you, unless you want to talk about like you know, an FCS team. I don't know how William and Mary and Richmond are doing this year. I can actually look it up and see if they're doing anything this year. But as far as the FBS teams, I mean, Liberty's 6-0 right now, and so you can maybe talk about Liberty, but I don't really view Liberty as that kind of team. They haven't really played anybody. They've had some wins that were good. I mean, look, when you're Liberty, if you're winning all your games, that's a great accomplishment. I'm not trying to take away from what Liberty has done, but they've played Bowling Green, New Mexico State, Buffalo, Florida International, Sam Houston State, and Jacksonville State. The last game against Jacksonville State was the first time this year that they had a win that impressed me. They went on the road and beat a pretty good Jacksonville State team for that level and beat them convincingly. And it was a good game. It was 10-10 at halftime. They went into the second half or the fourth quarter with a 17-13 lead and then put it away late. So, look, I like what Liberty's doing. Not trying to take away from it at all, but just the reality is they're just a better James Madison. To me, is just a better football team. And James Madison's win this weekend, and I don't know how many of you saw it. I actually watched a chunk of that game, but they beat a pretty good Georgia Southern team this weekend, uh, and beat them again convincingly, and won 41-13. Their schedule's not overly impressive either. They've beaten Bucknell, Troy, Utah State, South Alabama, and Georgia Southern. South Alabama has actually been a pretty competitive team this year. Even though they're losing, their losses are to Tulane, Central Michigan, and they lost by 4. They lost to a pretty good Tulane team. They beat Oklahoma State 33-7, beat Southeast Louisiana, just killed Louisiana Monroe. And so you look at them and say they're 3-3. That's not impressive. But again, they lost at Tulane 37-17 in a game that Tulane scored last. So, it was a competitive-ish game. In the second half, it was 24-17 at one point in the second half. And then Tulane scored the next 13 points, touchdown and 2 field goals. I mentioned they beat Oklahoma State, lost to Central Michigan by only 4 points, and then lost to James Madison by 8 points. That's it. That's all they did. And so I'm impressed by what James Madison is doing. I really am. I think they're a good football team. And then, of course, they beat Virginia. So now they got a big one coming up this weekend against Marshall. They've got to beat Marshall, but they've got a chance to be a 10-11 win team this year and can't go to a bowl game. NCAA won't let them go to a bowl game, which is just absolutely stupid. But yeah, I would say I mean, they've got the head-to-head win over Virginia as well. Virginia should have won that game, but James Madison did a great job. Fourth quarter, scored 12 answers in the fourth quarter to win the game. So I'm gonna go with the Dukes. It's been the team to beat in the state of Virginia. Call me Ty. Notre Dame's top to bottom talent level is going to continue to rise. I agree. Do you think we will see the impact of Freeman's recruiting really start to hit next year, especially on defense with the young linebackers? No. Well, yes and no. Meaning next year's team is going to be really young, and there's going to be some very talented players. So we'll start to see the impact next year from a lot of them are going to play. They're going to be flashy. Will they be consistent? Don't know. Where I think we're really going to see, and this isn't me doing the whole wait till next year type of thing, because I fully expect Notre Dame to go out there next year and be competitive, because their schedule, they're going to be young, but the schedule is such that there's still Not, I mean, USC's not probably not going to have Caleb Williams next year. I mean, they're going to lose some guys. So to me, it's going to be you still need to be pretty good. It's 25 is really when I start to look at this Notre Dame football team and say that's when you're going to see it because it's going to be mostly the entire roster for the most part is going to be Freeman's recruits. And that's when you start to say, okay, that's when Drake Bowen and Jeremiah Love and Jaden Greathouse and guys like that are juniors. And this incoming 2024 class, which is vastly underrated in my opinion, are going to now have a year under their belt. So it's that 25 year that you're going to see it. And that schedule is going to be a lot more daunting as well. You've got Texas A&M at home. You play Purdue and USC at home. You're going to play NC State at home and Syracuse at home. You also play at Arkansas. You have to play at Miami. And then there's still 2 games that have to get added to the schedule. You have to play at Pitt that year, and there's still 2 more games going to be added. Looking at the schedule, you're probably going to see at least one like MAC type team added. And then the other one is, okay, do they add a second team like that? Or do you see um, uh, like a big opponent added to fill out that schedule? I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, you've already got a Pac-12 team, 2 SEC teams, a Big Ten team on top of your 5 ACC opponents. So it's a pretty tough schedule, but you could see them say, hey, we got to add one more good team. We'll see. But that's going to be but 25 would be when I really think we start to see it. But we'll definitely get a heavy dose of Freeman recruits next year for sure. No doubt about it. Got another one from T Guns. Is there any update on the SEC commit that secretly visited a few weeks ago? I guess since we haven't heard anything that I'm aware of, probably not a good sign for the big beefy. I wouldn't read into that way. They're still recruiting him, still talking to him. He's still committed to Georgia. So things are just trending along. They're trying to convince him that Notre Dame wants him more than Georgia does. It did not help. I believe Aiden Breland committed to Oregon this weekend, I believe. And that didn't help because they thought a lot of people thought Georgia was going to get him. I know that there's a lot of predictions for Georgia to get him, and if they got him, it was gonna give Notre Dame a really good chance to convince that kid that his future was better served at Notre Dame. So it's a little bit of a tougher battle now, but they're still in it. They're still pushing for him. They're still recruiting him, and same with Carter Nelson. Neither came with the intention of flipping that weekend. It was all about, I really like what Notre Dame has to offer. Let me look into it. And now you've got to keep closing on them and playing, and playing the game and trying to convince them that this is the best place for them. Laker Irish, our running game seems to not have the juice that it had the first few weeks. Is that a personnel play calling formation issue? What should we do to fix it? Good question. Solidifying what you're good at right now is important and all those type of things. But number one, the pass game has to protect the run game more. That's number one for me. Overall, big picture, because teams are still just USC said we're going to dare you to beat us throwing the football. Notre Dame didn't do it a lot, but they did it in some big moments, which allowed them to put that game away. Like the big play to Rico Flores and the even bigger play to Chris Tyree. It's only threw for like 126 yards, but I mean, 2 big ones. You've got to do a better job complementing your run game with the pass game, number one. And then within the run game, there's some things you need to do. I think they've gone away a lot from some of the diversity of the run game. I thought they got back to that a little bit against USC. We saw some inside zone. We saw power. We saw some G scheme stuff. We saw some toss, a couple misreads there, but execute it better. But the final thing is the O-line just has to play better as a group. And there's just still leaving at USC. There's still just too much of 4 guys did their job, 1 didn't, and it's a different guy every time. So protect it more, get some of the numbers out of the box. There's some things you can do with your personnel. I've said this before. When Notre Dame's offense has been really good, they have a lot of success running out 11 personnel because teams are geared more towards passing the football. I'm going to have to look more at Chris Tyree's statistics to see if he's still got a heavy run pass when he's in the game. They run a lot compared to, throwing. I mean, they throw a lot more than they pass. There's some things like that have been tells. I haven't checked that out the last couple of weeks, so I don't want to dive too much into that. But those are things that I would look at. And some of it is, I mean, look, sometimes I think coaches lean too heavily on we just got to execute better. And it's a cop out sometimes. But sometimes it's like, Yeah, I mean, it's that simple. You need to execute better. Like Marcus Freeman made the execute better comments against Louisville, and he's right. I mean, if they execute better, they might win that game. But them winning that game doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing what you need to do. Because yeah, maybe they execute better and they win. But as he has said in the past, and I agree with him on this, you can't allow the result. He said this after the Duke win. You can't allow the result to mask the process. Well, I think sometimes maybe he has some blinders on to the offense that, yeah, maybe if you execute better, it would have worked. But does that mean you're really doing what you need to be doing offensively? Maybe, maybe not. That's a conversation that needs to be had. But there is a level of you just got to execute better. The offensive line has got to get back to being a five guys playing together as one type thing. I've said this before, and a great offensive line is like a symphony. There's all these different parts and they all have different jobs and they work together, sometimes together in a part of it, and sometimes it's differently. But a great symphony is just it's all these different instruments just coming together to just form one beautiful sound, and just like it's like an emotional ride. It's like, oh, this is really nice and smooth, and boom, it kind of. And it's the same thing here. It's all got to flow together as one. It's a lot of moving parts doing different things, but when they are all working towards one goal and everybody's doing their job and the timing is good, and I'm getting to that double team at the right time and I'm leaving the double team at the right time, and not too early, not too late. Because again, think about a symphony. You've got this thing where you're coming in as a, let's say you getting ready to bring the trumpets in for this thing. Well, if the trumpets are too early or too late, doesn't sound good, does it? Right. And so same thing here. If I'm working a double team and I leave the double team too early to get the second level, that guy, you weren't allowed to get around that guy. He's getting in the backfield. He's blowing up the run. If I leave too late and this guy crashes through and I don't get off, and all of a sudden, hey, we did a pretty good job on this double team, but I didn't get off to that linebacker. And so play didn't work. It's got to be that we're pushing, pushing, pushing. Boom, I come off at the right time. We make that block and just get a body on a body, and then boom, the running backs are going to go. And so they got to get back to that. That's going to be a big key as we get into the second half of the season. That's going to be a very, very big key. And if they can get back to doing that, then I think this team is going to have a chance to get rolling. And Pitt's an interesting team because Pitt's had some games where their run defense has not been very good, and they've had a lot of other games where their run defense has been very good. And so I don't know what to expect, but here's what you know about a Pat Narduzzi team. You may beat them, and you may beat them convincingly, but you're going to have to earn it because they're going to come at you physically. They're going to play hard. They're going to be physical. They're going to punch in the mouth, and you've got to have answers, and you've got to execute a high level, and you got to be one to punch back. And I'm talking figuratively speaking, right? And so if you're doing the whole, well, we're not really working well together, they will eat you up in the run game. If you're working well together and you're playing physical and you're getting movement and your timing is good, that's a team you can run on. Now, will they do that or not? We'll see. But that's going to be the big thing for me. It's just getting the offensive lines got to get back on the same page on top of the things I talked about before. John A1, what skill set is Notre Dame ideally looking for in the field wide receiver position? It's got to be a vertical guy and a big play guy. That's the ideal thing. You know who the perfect, I mean, I'm not saying every field guy needs to be this, but that's what made Will Fuller so good. That's his game. I mean, his game was goes, comebacks, stop routes, post routes. I mean, that's what Will did. He did the occasional crosser, but most of his production came on vertical. It's taking the top off the defense, attacking with go routes, attacking with post routes, attacking with corner routes, attacking with, you're running off. They're afraid of the post. The corners are flipping their hips and getting deep. And then boom, you come up 1-2, you're out the gate on a comeback route for 15, 20 yards, a stop route, things like that. It is a vertically oriented position. So ideally, you want to have a guy that's a vertical player. Tobias Merriweather fits that position well. He's got to play better. You got to use him better. Cam Williams fits that position very well, although seeing Cam as a senior, I think Cam can also play in the boundary. Braylon James is a guy that could fit that role, could also do some of the boundary. So those are some guys that, to me, fit that mold very well. It's got to be a downfield, vertical football player. And that, to me, is the ideal of what you're looking for at that position. Here's a quick one from Tommy T. Guns. Tommy Guns, I'll ask the obvious question, 1 to 10, how are we feeling about Carter Nelson? I say about an 8 right now. I mean, he hasn't flipped his commitment. He's, I believe, is going to be going back to Nebraska this weekend or next for their next home game. So you've got work to do, but you made a great impression. Look, he's been in Notre Dame before, and you brought him back and you put on a great showing. Now it's just closing the deal. It really what it comes down to is he knows Notre Dame is the place to be. He knows. He knows for his future, for championships, for playing in an offense designed for it, there's a need for his skill set in the class. All those things are true, and he knows that. It's just about, are you willing to leave home or not? That's really what it boils down to. And I don't know that there's a lot the staff can do about that. This is going to come down to Carter deciding, do you want to stay home, be close to home, be around your friends and your family, and all those things are important. I'm not saying they're not important. I'm not saying that mockingly. It's just about, or do you, for the next, 4 years or so, do you want to kind of branch out and do what's best for you and what's best for your career? That's the question. And he's going to have to answer that. But right now, things are certainly, I'll say this. How would we all be feeling if a Notre Dame kid went on a visit to Bama this weekend, did it for the reasons that we put on the board? He did it and had a great time and all that. How would we be feeling right now? We'd all be kind of shaking in our boots a little bit, right? We'd all be very concerned about, boy, this kid, phew, this is going to be a tough one. Well, that's the same thing about a Nebraska kid visiting Notre Dame. It's a very similar situation. Feel pretty good about it, but it's not a 10 because it's not a done deal yet. So there's still a lot of work to be done. Like Tommy Gunn's trying to do his best John A1 impression today. So I'm going to try to work in some other people, Tommy, and then kind of come back to you as we get through this. Domer Grizz, happy Monday. Great game. And while the offense is not totally cooking, all three phases help dominate USC. How should Parker use the bye week to reset back to successful first 4 games? Well, I think I answered this a little bit. Find out who your personnel is, and then just, this is who we are. Let's go lean into it. And then how can you create being a more explosive team from that? What are you doing a lot of? How can we get better at it? Can we get to these things that we like out of different formations? What can we add to it to complement those things? And how can we get the ball down the field? That's got to be the biggest thing. If I'll tell you right now, if the only change that they make are these 2 things, as far as changes, not like get better here, get better there, but just 2 changes, is we're going to clean up our receiver rotation, not from we're using less guys, because I'm okay playing 6 guys a game, but more of a, okay, here's our top guys. Here's who's going to play more. Here's who we need to make sure we're really building our pass game around. If you do that and then say, we've got to do some things to make sure we're a better downfield passing team, inside and out. If you simply do those 2 things and find good answers, this offense is going to take off. Because even if the running game is similar to what it's been the last few weeks, but you become that offense, your running game will get better just by that alone, because it's going to remove people from the box. Now, if you can also clean up your run game, that makes it even more dynamic. And that's why I say, man, if they can figure out the perimeter on these last 4 games, this team is going to be really, really good. And if they don't, they'll continue to be an up and down team. And the 1 week that the defense has an off week, they might lose. That's who Notre Dame is right now. If the defense has an off week against a decent team, they may lose. That's who they are. They got to figure out ways to not be that way anymore. And it really comes down to the offense, because you can't expect the defense to have an epic performance like they did this weekend. Like, you should read the article I put up yesterday at Irish Breakdown. I'm actually going to put that in the chat because it was just amazing. Like, they're doing things like 7 or 8, like at least, might have even been more, are things that they did in this game against USC that were like the best performance or second best performance or third best performance ever against a Lincoln Riley coached offense since he's been a head coach. I mean, when you're doing stuff like that, where this has only happened twice ever to him and it's never happened to him, or tied the most, it was the most ever, lowest ever, man, it was some impressive stuff. Like, I think it was the lowest yards per play he's ever had in a game, I believe is the number I had. It was impressive. It was really impressive. It was, 4.08 yards per play. Here's the stat. This gives you an example. The 4.08 yards per play was the lowest for a Lincoln Riley offense his entire head coaching career. He had coached 85 games coming into this. The previous low was 4.56. In his 85 games coming into the Notre Dame game, his offense has only been held below 5 yards of play 5 times. 5 times. And never lower than 4.56 per game. And that was in 2020 against Baylor. They held him to 4.08 yards per play. So if any USC fans trying to say, well, we had more yards than Notre Dame, just point out that Notre Dame against USC, their total offense, they were at 5.1 yards per play. USC was at 4.1 yards per play. Point that out. Say you had 51 more yards of offense on 25 more plays. So all Notre Dame needed to do was run, 25 plays and average 2 yards a play, and they would have matched USC in yardage. So it's not the own that you think it is. But you can't count on your defense to do that every single week. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to them. They're going to have an off game. It happens. LSU's vaunted 2019 offense, as good as it was, scored 23 points in a win over Auburn. Do you know what happened that day? Defense stepped up and made the stops that they needed to do to win those games. Offense has to play better. And I'm telling you, if the offense starts playing to its potential, the defense won't have any off days because now there's no more pressure on them and they can just pin their ears back and go. And that's why I say, I don't know what Notre Dame's going to be the last 4 games. There's a lot they got to fix. But I'm telling you right now, if Jared Parker can find the right answers for this offense, just not even reinvent the wheel, just find some answers to be a better, get the ball outside, get the ball down the field offense, use the personnel you have a little bit better, build around some of those receivers more, just make them a little bit more of a focal point. Man, and I'm not saying turn them into Michael Floyd or Golden Tate Wolf Fuller, but just do more. Teams are going to be concerned about Chris Tyree. Do more to get him the ball. And then that's going to help other things. If they can find those answers, man, I'm telling you, these last 4 games are going to be fun to watch. If they don't, then we're going to have a couple nail biters, I think, where you're just like, man, this is a nervous game, man. I'm not sure if they're going to win this game because the offense isn't scoring and the defense can't keep this team down forever, man. Oh, man, it's like the Louisville game and Duke game all over again. I don't know. There's going to be a couple more of those. But if the offense can figure it out, this team's going to have a lot of momentum going into the postseason. A lot. Because to me, there's only 2 teams that can beat you. That's it. Pitt can beat you if you turn the ball over a bunch and don't play. And then Clemson. With all due respect, even to Pitt, I mean, Pitt showed that they have enough talent to put it together for one weekend. I mean, Notre Dame should beat Pitt and beat Pitt convincingly. Clemson can beat you. The last 2 teams can't beat you unless you just don't show up. But I just don't see that happening. And when I mean don't show up, I don't mean Louisville. I mean Stanford last year. That's what I mean by don't showing up. I don't see that happening in November if this team is 9-2. Because if they're 9-2 going into that last game, they're probably a top 10 team. And so you're not playing for a playoff berth, but you are playing for, guys, we got a chance to play in a major bowl game, right? We have a chance to do something here. But we got to make sure we're ready to play this weekend, and I think that they will. So those are things that I'd like to see from them. Connor Fitch says, what game are you going to watch this week? Well, Connor, my friend, it's going to be games. My dad asked me, it was funny. I was talking to my dad yesterday. I was pumping some gas for Ange because I'm completely whooped. My wife went and got a massage yesterday, and she's panicking because there's no gas in the car. So instead of, my wife's a strong, smart, independent woman, does not like pumping gas. So instead of saying, babe, put your big girl pants on, go pump the gas, I stopped working, got in my car, drove to where she was, parked my car, took her car, went and filled it up in gas, came back, got my car, and drove home. We know who the boss is of this household, and it's not me. At least not when it comes to things like that. So I'm talking to my dad at the gas station, and he says, what are you going to be doing this weekend? I said, Dad, have you ever seen the movie Office Space? He goes, no, I haven't. Well, I said, well, it completely ruins the analogy, but you guys will all get it because a lot of you have seen the show. I said, I'm going to do absolutely nothing this weekend, and it's going to be everything I thought it would be. I'm actually, just to let you guys know, I'm going to take a couple days off this week. I need it. I've got to get some things taken care of personally and just some different areas. So I'm actually not going to have a show Thursday. I won't be part of the recruiting show on Friday. I'll put a little bit of content out, but I'm gonna take some days off. Saturday, I'm just gonna be sitting by the couch. My wife's gonna be out of town, so I'm gonna have my desk out. So I'm gonna have the big TV on, gonna have my computer with a game on. I'm gonna have the monitor with another game on, and I'm gonna have my iPads all set up. So I'm gonna have about 4 games on. It's gonna be beautiful. But I'm really looking forward to the Penn State Ohio State game. I mean, that's a big one. That's a big, big game at 3 o'clock. Tennessee, Alabama. I'll have my eye on that one a little bit. Be honest with you. At 3:30, there's not a lot of great 3:30 games on this weekend. To be honest with you, there's some pretty interesting noon games. Air Force Navy is always a game that it's kind of funny. I hate the option, but I love watching when the academies play each other. I don't know why. It's weird because they all run the option, but I hate the option, but I do enjoy watching those teams kind of play each other. It is kind of fun, but 3:30 games, not a lot of great games on at that time. Tennessee, Alabama, South Carolina, Missouri, Minnesota, Iowa. I will not be watching because that is just going to be ugly, ugly, ugly football. Um, and then I'll watch a little bit of I'll be flipping between that and the Pitt Wake Forest game just because that's two Notre Dame opponents. So I'll be flipping back and forth between that game a little bit. Ole Miss Auburn's an interesting game because Ole Miss is one of those teams right now ranked ahead of Notre Dame. So I'm curious to see how they're going to do. TCU Kansas State's a game that interests me. TCU picked up a much needed victory this past weekend, getting back on track, beat BYU after they lost back-to-back games to West Virginia and TCU. It was just not good. And then Kansas State's just that they're still kind of suffering from that loss. They had a couple weeks ago to Oklahoma State. It was just a really bad loss. Got back on track against Texas Tech. They were off this past weekend. They need a win against TCU to kind of get back on track. So I'll probably watch that. That's two pretty well coached football teams for the most part. I'll watch 7:30. I'm going to be watching the Duke Florida State game, and then the Utah USC game is mainly what I'll be watching. I'll be here's what my 7:30 setup is going to look like. Okay, because this is to answer your question. I'm going to have Duke Florida State on the big screen. Okay, that's going to game I'm going to have on the big screen. I'm going to have Utah USC on my computer. I'm going to have Michigan State on my monitor, and then I'm going to have Clemson Miami on my iPad. That's what I'm going to have. So that'll be my setup. And I'll probably on one of those be switching over to the LSU Army game a little bit. But those are the games I'm going to watch. And then, whatever Pac-12 after dark games are on there, I'll probably watch those late, but I'll just have those on as background noise. But so not a ton of great games this weekend, but some really interesting games this weekend, in my opinion, that I'm going to be checking out. So what are you guys watching? I'm curious what games you guys, obviously a lot of people, Penn State, Ohio State, but I'm curious what games you guys are going to be looking for and what games you guys are going to be interested in seeing this weekend. Should be very interesting. Very interesting. Looking forward to the games. I mean, I really do think it's going to be a fun weekend of football. I really do. All right, back to some more questions. We have from Pete Weber. It would appear that a lot of our young coaches have to a lot to learn still this offseason. What's the best way for a coach to take the next step? Shadow other coaches, watch old IB shows, pray. Well, look, prayer is something that all of us can benefit from, and I say that partly jokingly, but partly also seriously. And I know Chancey Stuckey's a man of faith, and so I would assume he's going to be praying for wisdom and guidance to just be the man that he wants to be, and part of that's as a coach. But overall, there's a lot of things. Number one, scout yourself. Be willing to look in the mirror and say we weren't good at this, and it's not the players. It's not we were young, we we're inexperienced. There's a level of that, but there's too much talent for us to not have been better, even with our inexperience and the hams. I mean, there's too many guys not playing to their potential at that position to say it's about the talent. I don't buy it. It's coaching is a part of that as well. You got to figure out why. What did I do as a contributing factor and fix it? So and what are the areas that need to be fixed? Number one. And then what can I do to address it? Well, what you can do to address it is number one, meeting with your current coaches on staff. How are things we can do? Jared Parker used to coach receivers. Lean into that. Dylan McCullough is a smart football coach. I promise you he's going to have some thoughts on that, on different things that you can do. Even if it's just how to talk to kids, because Chancey Stuckey's the guy that's really inexperienced there, talking about that from a position coach standpoint. And lean into that. Rely on some of the veteran guys. I'd spend time talking to Mike Mickens. Hey, what are some things that you guys What do you guys see? Because you watch our guys a lot. You're going against our guys a lot. What are some things we do that you think we're not doing better? What are some things that other teams do? He may say, "Hey, look, we played this one team, man, and they gave us the hardest problems at the line of scrimmage, man. They were doing this thing and they were doing that thing." So you say, "Oh, I'm gonna study that film a little bit. I'm gonna check that film out." And then other parts of the offseason, it is meeting with other guys that do what you do. Go meet with for other players, the guys that former players that in the NFL, like, hey, here's what we do. Or more often, what I really like to see is talk to different coaches. Who are the best receiving cores in the country? What are they doing? Why? What? And not even necessarily best receiving cores, but who are the best coached receivers in college football? And what can I do to learn from them? What can I take what they're doing and apply it to what we're doing? My hope is that Chancey Stuckey looks in the mirror and says, "I'm still just a third year coach, and yeah, I know this position, but maybe I'm not the coach I can be yet, and I'm going to get better." And you ask your players to get better, you should do the same thing, and I think he will. I think Chancey Stuckey's that kind of guy. If he's in Notre Dame next year, he'll do those things. But who are the better coach teams? Who are the teams that are every year just producing a wide receiver? Doesn't matter who they lose or whatever. They just produce every year. There's a different guy stepping up. Talk to those guys. What are you guys doing? Is it your scheme? What are you doing drill wise? What do you emphasize? What are things that are important to you? And get to those things. With Jared Parker, it's a similar principle. Now, I don't think Jared Parker needs that from a position coach standpoint, but from a coordinator standpoint, yeah, absolutely. Keep doing that. Like, what were we good at? Why did we hit that lull in the middle of the year? Look at your tendencies. Look at your tendencies before. Look at your tendencies after. Look at your tendencies during. Look at your overall production. Man, we ran inside zone great here. We were inside zone great here, but during here, we were terrible at it. Why? What was going on? And figure it out. And then, like with Joe Rudolph, it's just going to be same. I mean, the normal self evaluation you do from year to year, and then just say, okay, we got to figure out ways to make sure we're getting our 5 best players in the field. And 5 best isn't always the 5 guys that know their job the best. Sometimes it's okay. This guy's really talented, and he's going to have some growing pains, but I got to push the envelope and get this kid ready to play. He's too good to sit, because otherwise your offense just becomes, well, if you're older, you're always going to have the advantage. The younger is going to be way better than the older guy to get out there, and that's not a recipe for success. Sometimes you got to recognize, yeah, this kid's ahead of him right now because he knows what we're doing. But man, this kid's really good, and I got to figure out a way to get this guy going. If this offseason Joe Rudolph is not doing everything possible to get guys like Billy Schrouth and Charles Jagasol and Sullivan Absher and Emil Wagner and Ashton Craig ready to go, whether starters or backups, then that's just not a guy you're ultimately going to win championships with, in my opinion. He's going to have to figure out ways to get that done, and that's going to be a key. It's a very good question. T Guns, how long did it take Mrs. IB? She prefers Mrs. Coach D, by the way. Just saying, she even has a shirt made that way, to fight her way through the fan base in order to reach the stadium exit. Over an hour. I mean, seriously, over an hour after the game. It took her over an hour to get out of the stadium and get back up to get her stuff so she could leave. Yeah, it took a long time. It took a long time. Here's another one from T Guns I'm going to answer quickly because we can actually get these quickly. Which 2 teams have the best cases to get? Which 2 lost teams have the best cases to get into the playoff? Well, right now it's Notre Dame and LSU. If they both win out, they are the 2 teams that I know that have 2 losses that have the best cases. When you look at Notre Dame, for example, you've got a win over a ranked Duke team. You've got a win over a ranked USC team. You'll have a last-second loss where you play down to the wire against a team that's in the top 5, and you've got chances to get some good wins remaining. You have one more chance to get a good win remaining against Clemson. So not a lot of teams are going to have the kind of wins that Notre Dame will have with 2 losses and quality losses as well. Obviously, the Louisville wasn't a great loss, but Louisville's still a good football team, and they'll go out and they're going to win some more games. They're not going to go 11-1. They've got, when you look at Louisville, they had the bad loss to Pitt this weekend. They still have some tough games coming up. They're 6-1 right now. They play Duke. They play a bye week, then they play Duke. Let's say they one of those 2 teams is going to lose, so one of your 2 ranked teams is going to lose there. But then they got Virginia Tech at home, Miami or Virginia at home, Virginia Tech and Virginia at home. You have Kentucky at home and at Miami. They got to have no more than 2 losses during that stretch. If they're 9-3, they're probably ranked. And Duke, when you look at their schedule remaining, they're a 1-loss team right now. They got to play at Louisville. That's after a week after playing at Florida State. They got to play home against Wake Forest, at North Carolina, at Virginia, home against Pitt. So their schedule is much more daunting down the stretch, but they still have a shot to do, and especially if Riley Leonard can come back. So you still have enough chance to win enough games to be ranked. So you'll have that as well. And if you're a Notre Dame fan, you're rooting for Clemson to win this weekend and next weekend. You're absolutely rooting for Clemson to win because Notre Dame need Clemson to be ranked when they play. If you're talking about like really getting Notre Dame stock up to where if craziness happens, and honestly, the only reason I'm talking about Notre Dame as a 2-loss team being in the playoffs because I was asked about it. It's not something I'm contemplating. But if they beat Miami on the road this weekend, beat NC State on the road this weekend, there's a the next weekend, there's a great chance Clemson's going to be ranked. And then out of the Notre Dame game, they lose. Let's say they drop out. Then you got Georgia Tech at home, North Carolina home, at South Carolina. They run the table there. They're back in the top 25. So they'll have a great shot to be there. LSU's got a strong case as well. They don't have any great wins right now. Their best win right now is at Missouri. The other wins are Grambling, who's not good, Mississippi State, who's not good, Arkansas, who's not good, and Auburn, who's not very good. Then they beat Army this weekend. Then they have home games against Florida and Georgia State. Neither are that good, although Florida's 5-2. So, if Florida keeps winning, that could potentially be one of those games. They're 5-2, but they got Georgia this weekend. And then if they lose to Georgia, even if they beat Ark, because they're not ranked now, but if they lose to Georgia this weekend, there's no way they're ranked. And if LSU beats them, then there's no way they're ranked. And then they got to play Florida State still. So this is still going to be potentially a 4 or 5 loss football team, Florida. So they're not going to be ranked, but LSU does get that big game at Alabama. And if they beat Alabama at Alabama, that's a big win for them. So now all of a sudden you're looking at their 2 wins as they got a road win over a decent Missouri team. We'll see what Missouri does the rest of the way. Obviously they've got a couple big ones coming up. They play South Carolina this weekend, but then they're at Georgia, home against Tennessee, and then home against Florida, and then at Arkansas. So perhaps they falter down the stretch. We'll see. But LSU will have a big win, a good win over Missouri, road win over Missouri, which is very similar to Notre Dame's game against Duke. So both of those teams could fall out, but at the time, those were good wins, and you get credit for that. And then they'd have that big road win at Alabama, and that win would most likely be better than anything Notre Dame has done. Notre Dame's wins right now, their best wins are over USC and Duke. Well, there's a pretty decent chance that Alabama is going to be ranked ahead of Notre Dame, ahead of USC when it's all said and done, because USC has they play Utah this weekend. If you're a Notre Dame fan, you want US. I know you're not going to hear it, but for Notre Dame's sake, you want Utah to win that game, or USC to win that game. Then they play at Cal, so hopefully they can win, climb back up. But then they got to finish Washington at home, at Oregon, home against UCLA. They have a brutal stretch coming up. The chances of them being ranked higher than Alabama are not good right now. So LSU would have a strong case to make. And then the other thing too is if LSU goes 11 or 10-2 and runs the table, they win the West, and then they would get a shot at Georgia in the SEC title game. So right now, LSU has the chance to have a better 2-loss resume if they win out than Notre Dame does. So right now, I don't know that Notre Dame has a chance to have the best 2-loss resume. The advantage that Notre Dame would have is their losses were more competitive, especially their one good loss were more competitive. And so you've got to want Ole Miss to lose some games and make that not look as good. But the 21-point loss to Florida State's the one saving grace Notre Dame has. But how much are they going to count that against LSU if they run the table and beat Georgia? I don't know that they will. I think they'll have a better shot to get in. So root for LSU to lose games. That's what you should root for to happen if you're worried about a 2-loss Notre Dame team getting in. But honestly, right now, T-Guns, I'm not. There's so much that has to happen before I'm even having a conversation about whether or not a 2-loss Notre Dame team is getting in the playoff, or any 2-loss team is going to playoff. There's a lot that has to happen. There's still several undefeated. There's still 3 undefeated teams in the Big Ten. There's still right now Texas and Oklahoma both have really good resumes and relatively easy schedules to where if Texas wins in a rematch, then they both have better resumes than Notre Dame. If you're someone who focuses on, the number of losses, there's still multiple undefeated teams. And actually, no, there's only one team left in the Pac-12 that's undefeated. That's Washington. But, Oregon State doesn't have to play all those teams. There's a chance they could have 2 teams in there with 1 loss. There's still 5 undefeated or 1-loss teams in the SEC, so there's a lot of work to be done. I'm not concerned about that. I'm just saying, hey, win out, get into a New Year's Six bowl. And then if the craziness happens, we can talk about it then. But I think the first playoff ranking comes out the week after the Pitt game, and we'll have a better idea of what Notre Dame will need to do at that point in time. Laker Irish asks, what does a recruit visit look like the game day versus a June non-game visit? I mean, it's very different. A lot of the get to know Notre Dame stuff is going to be similar, meetings and all that. But I mean, it's a simple one day is literally the entire day is built around the kids, being around them, getting them around your players, showing them all the parts of campus. A game day visit is literally that. You're there, you do stuff before the game. They have like a little function in the IAC where they all meet and talk and are around the coaches, and then it's taking some tours, but it's just about being around the team, being around the game. I mean, they're down on the field a couple hours before the game on the field, watching the players go through warmups and stuff like that. So it's literally centered around the game. And then a non-visit, a non-game day visit, it's everything is centered around the players and getting them on, meeting with advisors and getting them around the different facilities and all the things like that. It's just way different. That's why what Notre Dame tries to do is they try to get kids on campus over the summer for unofficials or for officials, and then the game day visits are unofficials. That's what they prefer, is to have that play out that way. So like Carter Nelson visited this weekend. It was an unofficial visit because he took his official visit during the season. So this was more about just getting him around the team, getting him around game day atmosphere. That's what it was about. It wasn't about go sit down with this advisor. You've already done all that. Let's sit down with this academic coordinator. You've already done all that. This is about football and what this environment is like. And that's why they like to get guys to games, but then save the officials for the offseason. Now, some guys will do the June, like I think it was Logan Saldate. His first trip was like during the fall because of how it happened. That happens sometimes. And some players will take an unofficial during the summer, and then they want the game day thing to be an official. And that's fine too, but they're still getting that summer experience with just because the only thing that changes for an official versus unofficial, if you come for a couple of days over the summer during an official weekend and it's not an official visit for you, it just means you got to pay for your travel and you got to pay for your lodging and stuff. I mean, that's the only difference. But you can still do all the same things that official visitors are doing. Domer Grizz, which remaining game or games are you most looking forward to for any reason, and or which one will tell us the most about the direction of the program under Marcus Freeman? It's the next two for me. It is. It's the next two for me because the Pitt game, I just want to see how this team handles success and how they come out of the bye week. But the Clemson game really is if it's one, it's the Clemson game. I mean, look, Wake Forest at home on senior day, that's a game you should win. I mean, that's a game you should dominate, if we're being honest. Stanford picked up a big road win this weekend, but they're still not very good. It's like I had a buddy say, Stanford might be a lot more formal than when I was like, I doubt it. They're not good. They lost to Sacramento State, got blown up by Oregon, got blown up by USC. Their wins are over Hawaii and a Colorado team that they were losing 29-0 at halftime. I promise you, if Notre Dame's beating Stanford 29-0 at halftime, it will not be close at the end of the game for a million reasons. But they're just not good teams. Clemson is the defining moment. Now, you've got to handle business against Pitt to get to that moment. But going on the road, beating Clemson, especially if Clemson wins the next 2 weeks, is the thing that will, to me, goes the longest way towards changing the outlook that we have on a 10-2 season, because 10-2 is not good enough. It's not as good as you should have been. You should not be 10-2. You should have beat Louisville. I mean, I can praise the job the offense did against USC and say, hey, good job. But still, that doesn't mean that what happened against Louisville didn't happen. It just means I'm not going to dwell on it. But when you evaluate the season big picture, that happened, and you can't ignore it. And it put a black eye on the season. Beating Clemson and then running the table can be the thing that kind of, okay, it makes this black eye go away a little bit. And you start feeling like, okay, yeah, it wasn't the season that it should have been or could have been, but it's still a very good season that shows that this program is headed in the right direction. Got some questions that need to get answered, but running the table, including a November road win against Clemson, is a great place to be. A great place to be. The only thing that could be better is playoff and all that stuff, and that's obviously better, and that's where you should be. But it's still it's definitely a big step in progress, and especially for recruits that don't look at Notre Dame the same way that I do, and maybe some of the older folks do, where it is championship is the ultimate goal. That's always a standard you should be measured by at Notre Dame. Did you win a championship or not? That's ultimately the standard to measure by. But I'm also not one of those championship or the seasons of failure type of guys. Not in the there's no rational way of doing that. It's just other than that real narrow, did you win a championship or not? Right? Okay, well, if it's a pass fail thing there, then sure. But as far as evaluating, did your program take strides to getting to that point this season or not? 10-2 with a blowout win over USC, a hard fought down to the wire loss against Ohio State, and a road win over Clemson is exactly that. It is you are taking steps to becoming that team, because now what's left for Marcus Freeman? It's okay, stop losing the games you shouldn't lose, like against Louisville. That's a lot easier to overcome than what Brian Kelly's problem was, which is you can't win big games. You can't beat the best teams on your schedule. Well, Marcus Freeman will have done that now. And so you'll have passed Clemson as a program, ultimately, finally put them completely behind you. And you got your rivalry against USC back on track. So that game to me is the one that's going to define it. And USC was the big one. Huge. Needed that game so bad. And the Clemson game doesn't matter if you don't beat USC, because if you lose to USC, then the Clemson game is like, okay, don't go 8-4, and that's the saving grace, is that you won this game. This is the huge one. You needed it. But now it's like, okay, now it's time to build on this big win. And Clemson would be that, in my opinion. Got a question down here from Stevie Wonder. Can Cam Williams a starter, a week one starter? Okay, let me try this again, Stevie. Cam Williams a starter week one next year. What say you? It's possible. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, look, there's some talented kids on the roster. What kind of jumps do they make? Who stays? Who goes? Uh, it's possible. I wouldn't put it past him. He's a very talented player. I think sometimes we as fans get too caught up into the whole, well, these guys are showing their warts now that they're freshmen and sophomores in college. They're not the perfect players we had convinced ourselves they were. And so now we're ready to move off on to the next guy that's never had a bad snap in college, right? Like Cam Williams is dominating in high school right now. That's great. But so did Tobias, and so did Jaden Greathouse, and so did Rico Flores, and so did, you know what I mean? Like, so did Chris Tyree, so did all these guys. They were all great high school players. Now it's about, okay, well, is Cam better suited? Is he better? All those type of, I'm sure we'll find out. We'll find out. He's got a shot. Look, if I'm an outside receiver and I know Cam Williams is going to be here in the spring, I'm putting in some work this offseason. If I'm a competitor, I'm putting in some work because I know Cam will. So you better be on top of your game if you're going to keep him off the field. So it's possible. I'm not saying, oh, he's going to be a starter, because that's a lot of pressure to put on a freshman, that he's going to beat out the players they currently have. Okay. Like, well, what has Tobias Merriweather done? Well, what has Cam Williams done in college? Right? Doesn't matter what you do in high school, it's what you do in college. Well, what has Jaden Greathouse done? Still has more production in college than Cam Williams does, right? So, like, let's just see how he does. Let's see how he adjusts. The thing I can absolutely say is I'll be shocked if Cam Williams is not a key part of the rotation next year. Whether that means he starts or not, we'll see. He's capable of it. But barring injury, I will be absolutely floored if Cam Williams isn't playing next year. Yeah, floored. I don't see how that happens. PJC 1122 says, how does Cam Williams compare to the highest ranked receivers in his class? I think he is one of the highest. I think he's one of the best. I mean, he's one of the highest ranked, number one. I mean, he is one of the highest ranked receivers in the class. Jeremiah Smith is the number one guy. They're a little different players. So right now, Cam is ranked as the number 5 receiver in the country, according to On3, number 10 by 247 Sports, ESPN, and Rivals. There's no way in the world that I have seen 10 wide receivers better than Cam Williams. Just haven't seen it. I think in this case, On3 is much closer to where he is. Mylan Graham is ranked ahead of him. I do not think Mylan Graham's a better player than him. Micah Hudson is in the conversation. I love Micah Hudson as a player. Cam Coleman's a good football player, the kid from Alabama. I wouldn't trade. I wouldn't trade Cam Williams for him. I wouldn't. He's flat out in that conversation. To me, he's clearly one of the 5 best receivers in college football or in high school football in the 2024 class. And here's what I love about Cam, where guys like Jaden Greathouse were making the case for them being like top 10 receivers because the polish and the experience and the production and they know how to play the game and all that. And Cam's got some of that too. But the difference is Cam is an explosive athlete. And they need a dose, a continued infusion of explosive athletes. That's going to be the big key. And so that's what he brings to the table. And that's what makes him one of the best is because he doesn't just know how to play the game. And he does. He knows he's for his level. He's a good route runner. He catches the ball well. He can win one-on-one throws, even though he rarely gets opportunities to do so. He can make plays after the catch, but he's an explosive big play weapon. And to me, to be an elite receiver, like where you're in top 5 of a prospect ranking, you need to have that kind of thing. That's why he's such a big pickup for Notre Dame, in my opinion. Huge pickup because he brings that type of big time play to the position. So he's not as big as like Jeremiah Smith, for example, who I think is the number 1 receiver in the class. He's a little taller, thicker. Micah Hudson's a more advanced route runner than Cam is. Cam Coleman's a guy that's got some length to him that that Cam Williams doesn't quite have as much of, but he's as far as like athleticism, how to make plays, playmaking ability. Cam Williams is absolutely in that conversation. Absolutely in that conversation. Question from Laker Irish. What do you predict Greathouse, Braylon James, and Rico Flores can achieve next year and the rest of their Notre Dame careers? I mean, that's looking way into the future. Look, to me, I'm just want to see them finish the year strong. Here's what I think of Jaden Greathouse. A buddy of mine asked me about Jaden Greathouse today, and he asked me who I compared him to. And not some stylistically, but partly stylistically, but also partly like the kind of production he can have. And my answer was the one that I gave when Jaden Greathouse signed with Notre Dame is I really do believe in his career at Notre Dame that he is a Juju Smith-Schuster type of player. Will he be a slot? Will he be an outside guy? I don't know the answers to that question. But what I see Jaden Greathouse as being, I can absolutely see him being a volume pass catcher in his career. And when you look at like Juju Smith-Schuster and you look at the kind of player he was, 2015, he has 89 catches for 1,454 yards and 10 touchdowns. Do I think that Cam Williams that Jaden Greathouse will ever get to that level of production? Probably not, because it's a different type of offense. And Juju was the primary weapon for that team. He had 89 catches. The next highest was 37. He had 1,454 yards. The next highest was 414. He was the pass game. Jaden is always going to be part of a much deeper receiving core than what Juju played with, than what Nelson Aguilar played with, even who had Juju, right? I mean, after that, it was a banged up George Farmer and Darius Rogers. I mean, and your running back. So there's going to be much more spread outness. There's going to be much more tight end production. But as far as what he brings to the table, it is that level of volume pass catcher. He's a guy that can go out there, move the chains, make big plays when they come. And, just be that kind of, maybe only averages 13, 14 yards a catch, but he does it on eight, he'll get his 100 yards on 8 catches, where a guy like Cam Williams will get his 100 yards on 3, right? And so that's kind of how I see him being. Braylon James, well, you know what? Braylon James is actually the better example to use than Cam Williams, since we're talking about that here, where if you're playing in a game, Jaden, Notre Dame goes out and wins, and they pass for 295 yards, and Jaden Greathouse has like 9 catches for 115 yards and a touchdown. And Braylon James only has 3 catches, but it's for like 75 yards and a touchdown. Rico Flores has 5 catches for like 61 yards, 60 yards, moves his change, complimentary player. Then your tight ends have 5 or 6 catches for 60, 70 yards. You have a couple plays to your backs, and then boom, you're at 285 and you win the football game. So volume, big play, complementary type of player. And sometimes that complementary type of player has to go win you a ball game. Chris Brown against Boston College in 2015 is a great example. Will Fuller's having an off day. Somebody needs to step up and make a play. Who made it? Chris Brown going over and making that big play. So sometimes those complimentary guys will win you ball games, and you need those complimentary guys. And that's not an insult to Rico, because not everybody can catch 9 balls a game, especially if you're going to run the football. So you have to have those different types, and that's what I like about that trio. And then you bring in the big play weapon next year, and Cam Williams, and more of the slot guy, and of course, in this freshman class that you're talking about, there's also Jordan Faison, who brings some shiftiness to the table. But that's how I see their careers playing out over the next few years. It's a good question. I like that question. Mark Avalon says, the TV network 6-day announcement hold on game times. How do you think attending fans will feel about it, as majority of games, majority of game times of top 25 teams are not decided till Saturday or Sunday prior? Well, the reality is, Mark, is they don't care about fans attending games. They don't. College football just does not care about that. The money that they make is still TV revenue. They don't care. And as you see more and more teams not selling out, they care less and less and less. But I understand it. I understand what they're doing. They're trying to maximize their potential TV revenue for those games. I don't like it. I don't like what the NFL is doing, where they can just move games. I mean, look, set your schedule, let people plan accordingly. And especially nowadays, Mark, I mean, I'm not trying to get into politics, but I also have a brain, and I observe the world, and I have to pay for things. It's a lot more expensive to do everything now than it was 3, 4 years ago, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. It's just the reality of it. I'm not saying it's because of this person, that person, this party, that party. It's just a reality. It is what it is. I don't care whose fault it is. I think it's all their faults. But it's the reality. I mean, I got to pay $8 for a carton of eggs. 3 years ago, I was paying $5 less than that. Okay, it is what it is. 4 or 5 years ago, I was paying $2 for a gallon of gas. Now I'm paying almost $4 for a gallon of gas. Things are more expensive, which means if I'm going to travel to Notre Dame and I'm setting up my schedule and I don't know, okay, do I need to get a hotel Friday night? If the game's at night, I can drive up that morning and I maybe get a hotel Saturday night. If it's going to be an afternoon game, I got to drive up Friday and then can leave home after the game. All those things factor in, and they don't care. They don't care about that. They don't care that it might impact your schedule. They don't care that it impacts fan schedule. They don't care, because and here's why. There's a lot more fans sitting on their butts watching TV, watching games. And that's not a criticism. It's just, that's where you watch a game, sitting on your butts at your house. If that came across as a criticism, it was not meant to be. There's a lot more people watching at home on television than there are attending the game. They're going to make a lot more money off their TV contract than they are ticket sales. It's just the reality of it. Sad truth of it. And that's why all these decisions are always going to be geared towards what's best for the TV market. I mean, if they wanted to make the game, like they always talk about, we're changing the rules to impact, make it a better environment for people at the stadium. Well, I think maybe Major League Baseball has done that. I don't agree. I kind of like the long game. So I'm going to go to a ball game. I want to be there for a while. But I understand why they do that. But like football games, it's like you've given us less play, but the games are still kind of going a long way. Why? Because the TV timeouts take so dang long. I mean, some of these TV timeouts are just nuts. I mean, I'm watching Notre Dame games, and geez Louise, like, these games are taking forever. Like Notre Dame this season, take away the 5.5 hour game, their last 6 games have been 3 hours and 8 minutes, 3 hours 21 minutes, 3:16, 3:21, 3:22, and 3:17. Right? Looks a lot like last year. So 3:15, 3:14, 3:19, 3:30, 2:59, similar to the 2:50 against Navy, 3:14, 3:22, 3:25, 3:05, 3:24, 300, 3 hours, 3:12, 4:02. Bowl game 4:02. What's the difference? Well, now we just have a lot more freaking TV timeouts we got to sit through. Those aren't being shortened. So they don't care. They don't care about your in-game experience. I'm talking about the NCAA and the college football powers that be. I think Notre Dame's trying their best to put on a good show for us. I do. Some of the stuff they do, I think is cheesy, but I get it. People love it. Things like that. The fireworks after the game were really awesome. I mean, Notre Dame's trying to make that, the things they do with the lights. Notre Dame's trying to make it a better experience for people there. I'm talking about the higher ups. that make these decisions about things like this. The TV networks, they don't care. That's what I'm referring to. And so, no, I agree with you. I sympathize for you. I mean, I have to make my plans that way accordingly as well. Hey, I'm going to fly in. Okay, do I need to get a hotel Friday night? Can I fly in Saturday morning? What do I need to do? How far of a hotel can I get away, which impacts the price? If the game's at noon, I got to kind of stay a little closer. So there's just all those type of things that factor into it. Andre Tonsil says Notre Dame's offense didn't have to set up much set yesterday because the defense gave them short fields for 28 points. That's a good thing, right? It absolutely is a good thing. And look, what we've kind of see Andre going on is there's people who don't like what we've seen from the offense in previous games, and rightfully so. I'm one of them, but some of them are refusing to see the good that the offense did do on Saturday night because of their upset about other games. And I think that's a little misguided, but I also don't think it's the offense has arrived moment either. It's in between. They did not play great. They did not maximize what they should have done against a not very good defense. USC had a pretty decent game plan, and they executed it relatively well. Notre Dame didn't take chances. There were a lot of missed opportunities where it could have got bigger, and Notre Dame, wasn't as aggressive at times offensively, things along those lines. But their first drive started at the 12-yard line. Their fourth drive. Let me pull up my play-by-play here. So Notre Dame's, here we go. Your first drive started at 13. Your second drive started at your own 14, and you punted. Your third drive started at your own 36. You got a field goal. Your fourth drive started at your own 33, punted. Then your fifth drive started at the 2. Your next drive started at midfield. And, it's time to kind of put a game away, right? And so it's hard to put up 500 yards of offense when you had, 3 drives? Notre Dame had 3 drives that started inside the USC 20-yard line, including the last field goal drive, I believe. Yeah, you had drives started at the 12, the 2, the 14, the 36, and midfield. So, yeah, I mean, they did some good things. Are they there yet? No, they're not even close to there yet. But they did some good things. And we should be able to say that and appreciate that, and also say, but there's still work to be done, because there absolutely is still work to be done. But they did what they needed to do. They turned turnovers into touchdowns. Whenever USC clawed back, the offense answered twice. Big touchdowns, huge touchdowns. So, yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. There's still a work in progress, though, as well. I'll say that. And I'm not saying that you're not saying that. I'm just adding that in. They're still a work in progress. Irish Blooded with a question: bigger area for self-scouting by week, game week prep and day-to-day coaching, or game day energy and execution. So it's a great way of phrasing it. I believe it's the first one, because to me, the first one goes into the second one. So to me, you're looking, but to get there, you have to break it down backwards. So you have to break down what's happening on Saturday, identify what needs to happen on Saturday, and then figure out what you're doing the week of to get there. Does that make sense? So what happens on game day execution-wise is always, at the end of the day, the most important thing as far as the end result. But from an evaluation standpoint, you've got to ask yourself, are we doing the things that we need to do to make sure that our game day execution and energy is where it needs to be? And that's why the emphasis needs to be on that part right there, because that will lead to the latter. Does that make sense? So it's a very good question. Very good question. But one builds on the other, is my point. USMA 87. Parker tried to break some tendencies, run from shotgun, PA from under center. I did not like the run wrinkles, estimate on sweep, and love up the middle. I actually like the estimate on the sweep. Well, one of them kind of worked. They ran a G scheme that went for a big play. And then those sweep plays, those are good. And I mean, he had a 70-yard touchdown called back on one of those type of plays against Central Michigan, but it's not really a sweep per se. It's more about you're trying to stretch, and then finding a vertical crease. And against a team like USC, you call it right, and they blitz out of that, and it's a huge play. That's just kind of how it is. So I actually didn't have a problem with that. And look, you got to run love up the middle sometimes. I mean, Talk about Tennessee breaker. That's exactly what that was. Love's been an off tackle, outside run guy. You try to catch one up the middle. I'm no problem with it. It's not always going to work, and it's easy to say when it doesn't work. It was a stupid call, but you can't have estimate only be an A gap guy, and you can't have Jeremiah Love only be an outside guy. You have to be able to give both of them opportunities in both areas. That's going to be a big, big part of what you do. Irish in Ohio said, Brian, will you guys do a live show during a game this year? Enjoyed it last year. Possibly for Stanford. Possibly for Stanford. I haven't talked to the team about it. And I got to figure out who all might be able to be there and do all that. But possibly Stanford. That would be the only game that we'd maybe consider doing that for. It was fun. It was fun. Well, it's just logistics is just hard because we're talking about things and people are like, hey, we're not in the same place you are, and you got to tell us what play it is because we don't know and we're not there. And it can kind of take some of the natural flow of it away. And so we'll talk about it as the staff as we get closer. But right now, that would be the game we'd think about. And maybe we might during a second bye week, see what kind of games are out there, maybe have some fun doing something on the CFP Nation channel, like a live game thing during the CFP Nation channel. That actually might be fun. Now I think about it, I'll have to get with some different guys on that. But I know that Notre Dame's a week 12. They have a bye. There's Georgia, Tennessee, Washington, Oregon State that weekend, North Carolina, Clemson was that weekend. USC, UCLA. So that's the week they play. That's the week they play Wake Forest. I'm sorry. It's week 11 that Notre Dame has a bye. And so that weekend, it's actually some better games that weekend. You've got Ole Miss, Georgia, Miami, Florida State, Utah, Washington, USC, Oregon, Duke, North Carolina, Tennessee, Missouri, Florida, LSU, Michigan, Penn State at noon. That's a good one. So maybe that weekend we might do something like that. We'll see. We'll see. Let me think about that. Let me talk to my team and see if there's something we can do. But for Notre Dame wise, would be the Stanford game would be the only option. Here's a topic that's going to be very interesting to talk about. Mark Avalon says, thoughts on whether we should have stormed the field at the end of the USC game. I heard it was more alumni than student driven. And there's a couple comments on it. Cam Ald says field storming has become so low standard. We were favored. No reason to storm. It's a great point. Jason Smith says, seems like there's a couple of stormed every week somewhere. This is kind of my issue with it. So let me just give you my overall thoughts on this. Number one, I personally would never storm the field. I personally don't like it. I believe that the field is the sanctuary for the players. However, I understand it. I understand that desire in a big moment that you want to go storm the field to sort of celebrate that moment with the team and with yourselves. I get it. It's an emotional thing. I'm good with it. My issue, I have a couple issues, however. Number one, I think like Jason said, it happens so much now. It's clearly just kind of planned out. Like, hey, let's just storm the field if we win this weekend. Like, made a great point. Notre Dame was favored to win. Why are we storming the field when they were favored to win? And I get that a lot of people were down. USC is a number 10 team. They're not the number 1 team. Like when they stormed the field against Clemson in 2020, I get it. I get it, man. I think they stormed the field last year. Clemson was number 4. I get it. I don't love it, but I understand it. And I can live with it. But you have to put some, there's 2 things. Number 1, my issue is like there's this guy on Twitter, and I don't know who the heck the guy is, but he gets on there. He's got his camera rolling, and he's looking at himself, and he walks up to Caleb Williams and says something. And I got to be honest, I'm appalled by some of the reactions from Notre Dame fans. And you say, "Oh, get off your high horse." Whatever. I'm gonna sit on my high horse. The fact that Notre Dame said, "Well, Caleb Williams deserved that." Guys, we're talking about football here. You guys get that, right? Like, have you seen what's going on in the world the last week and a half? Have you seen all the things going on? Families struggling to put food on the table because things cost so much. And we're saying that a football player deserves to have someone come at him like that who didn't play in the game because he put some on his fingernails that we thought was childish and juvenile. Like, guys, we have lost perspective, number one. And number two, it is not your job or my job to hold Caleb Williams accountable for what he said about Notre Dame. It's the Notre Dame players' job to do that, and they did that. They kicked his freaking butt for 60 minutes. He had accountability for what he did. It's not your job, and that guy's not trying to hold him accountable. He's trying to get internet fame. That's what this is all about. It's about somebody that nobody knows who wants to be known trying to do that. It's not about celebrating with the fans. And the problem is most fans, somebody points out on Twitter, most fans are just doing it to celebrate. But there's too many people doing this crap. And what's going to happen is you're going to have a situation. And let's be real about something else too. All of you people that think I'm, you're old and somebody called me a fun sucker earlier. Like, well, okay, fine. Own it. Some of you are being a little childish with some of your takes on this. Not in this chat. I haven't seen in this chat, but on Twitter. How would your feeling be if USC would have done that to Notre Dame last year? Running up to Notre Dame players doing it. You guys would be annoyed by it, right? Like if a Notre Dame player had FUSC on his fingernails, a lot of you that are pissed about Caleb Williams doing, like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, FUSC, right? You would. So, you wouldn't like it if it happened to your team. So things are either right or they're wrong. There's no, well, it's right if it happens to me, but it's wrong if it's wrong if it happens to me, but it's right if it happens to somebody else. No, it's either right or wrong. It's just simple as that. And eventually, one of those clowns is going to ruin it for everybody that's doing it for the right reasons, because some clown is going to take it too far. And the other person was like, well, he's just some drunk. If you're drunk, it's even less reason for you to be out on the field, because something bad is going to happen one of these days if they don't do something about this. And that is going to be when something could end up ruining someone's life, whether it be an athlete that retaliates, whether it be someone who gets hurt. We've seen in some of these soccer things where this stuff happens, where people lose their lives, they get trampled. It's not like that now for football, but who knows if it doesn't continue to become that way, especially as more and more stadiums are totally fine selling beer. You can't sell alcohol the entire game and then let those drunk people run onto the field after a game when emotions are high and expect nothing bad to happen. You just can't. Human nature is, somebody I don't know comes running at me, I'm going to defend myself. I think Caleb Williams showed good restraint. I don't know that I would have had that same level of restraint. So here's my proposal. What they need to do is they need to tell fans, don't storm the field until the opposing team is out off the field. Then go celebrate. I don't like field storming, period. But number one, do it for a big game. Number two, wait till the other team's off the field. Let the two teams shake hands and then let them get off the field. And if they're going to storm and you see it kind of happening, alert the other team so they know when the game's over, get to the locker room. No shaking hands. Get to the locker room because there's people running on, because it's going to take one bad incident. And hey, look, all of you that had go to these games, you know darn well there's a lot of these games you go to where the security isn't that good. And millions of people go to games. It takes one person to do something stupid that creates irreparable damage to the relationship between players and fans. And if the roles were reversed, I don't think we'd like it very much. If after Ohio State beat Notre Dame, if the Ohio State players went into the stands to talk trash to Notre Dame fans, how would you have liked it? You wouldn't have liked it. So that's my stance on it. If you're going to storm, I get it. I don't hate storming the field. It's just not my cup of tea. But if you're going to do it, I'm not someone who supports having fines just because you stormed. I mean, like, this is still a sport where there's passion on both sides, but it has to be done in a way where the opposing team, the visiting team, can leave the field first and then go have some fun. So that would be my thing. But the other part too, guys, beating the number 10 team in the country is a big win. You've beat them 5 of the last 6 years, 9 of the last 13 years. You are favored to win. I don't think that's a field storming type of game, my opinion. But you know what? I think after the last couple weeks, there's a lot of people that just were happy to see them win and play well. I get it. But yeah, the standard for storming the field should be much higher, in my opinion. There's no doubt. But I just worry, and I get where some of you are pissed off, oh, no fun or whatever. But guys, it's all fun and games until we get to the point where somebody gets hurt because of this, where there's some player has his career ended because some jackhole fan comes running up to him and says or does something, and the player in the emotional situation of the game responds, and all of a sudden he's suspended, he can't play. When in reality, that fan should have never been in that situation to begin with. He shouldn't have. And so, you know, that's my issue with it. And I know some of you are not going to change your mind. Don't care. And I'm not going to change mine. It is what it is. I don't agree with the whole principle of it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Like somebody just says, don't write whatever on your nails and don't expect someone not to say something. Come on now. You keep thinking this is your place to do something about it. Guys, I'm not saying you can't have an opinion about it. I'm not saying you can't tweet about it or put it on social media or put it on the message board or yell from the stands. Your place is in the stands. Their place is on the field. If you want to be on the field, either create your own website that covers the team and allows you to be on the field like my wife is. I can't go down on the field whenever I want to. And when we are allowed to go down there, we can only stand over here in this area. We're not allowed to go on the field. We're not allowed to go around the players. We're not allowed to talk to players, right? That's their place. Or go become a better football player and get a scholarship and play. That's their domain. Just like we don't like it if they were to come up into our domain in the stands and try to start some stuff. We wouldn't like that. Right? So, yes, Caleb Williams is immature, but this notion that means you have a right to run down on the field and confront him, you don't. You don't. You know whose job it was to punish Caleb Williams for doing that? Riley Mills, Howard Cross, Jalen Sneed, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, Xavier Watts, Cam Hart, Benjamin Morrison, J.D. Bertrand, Maris Leofau, Al Golden. Those guys. Not yours, not mine. It's theirs. And you know what? They did a pretty darn good job of that. It's their job to do it, not some drunk idiot run on the field trying to find Twitter fame. It just isn't. It's not your place. And I'm actually, I won't say that. I'm disappointed by how many people think that that's okay. Because it's one thing to say, hey, I understand it, but it just surprised me, I guess. It just surprises me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was disappointed by that. And Greg Lisman says, you want another Malice in the Palace incident? Stay off the field. The players took care of it. That's all. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There's no good that comes from them coming up in the stands, and there's no good from you going down the field when the other team's on the field. Because if it is about celebrating, if it's truly about celebrating, then nobody will care that you let the other team off the field first. Nobody will care. Nobody will care. And then go celebrate, right? But when people start doing their cameras like this, you're trying to get internet fame, and you don't deserve it. You don't deserve it because that game's not about you. It's about Riley Mills. It's about Howard Cross. It's about Javonte Jean-Baptiste and J.D. Bertrand and Maris Leofau and Benjamin Morrison and Cam Hart and Xavier Watts and DJ Brown and all those guys. It's not about you. It's not about you. And that's what it should be. So, Joe Medina, I agree with you right there, man. I flat out agree with you on that comment. I was disappointed at the reaction on Twitter, but I see a lot of the reaction here, and I'm encouraged again because I think most of you in here at least get that. So, yeah, the Notre Dame players punished Caleb Williams for what he said about Notre Dame, and that's who should have done it. All right, let's move on to another topic. I did want to address that. I know a lot of people are asking about it, but yeah, I wanted to get that. Laker Irish with a question. How do Mitchell Evans and Holden State's skill sets align, complement each other, and how would Raritan fit into the mix when healthy? Well, Mitchell Evans is more of a traditional tight end, like modern tight end. You know, he can do some stuff in the slot, line up attached. I think you can do some things outside, but he's not a burner type of guy. He's longer, 6'6", great ball skills. I think Holden Stace brings more speed to the table. I think Holden Stace brings more potential to line up outside and do some different receiver type of stuff a little bit. Mitchell Evans is a better at point blocker, where Holden Stace is more of a movement blocker. You think of Holden Stace's best block this season was wrapping around on that power play against Bama and getting to the second level and blocking a linebacker. So they complement each other pretty well. Eli Raridon is a little bit of a different animal. He brings some of the length that Mitchell Evans has to the table. He's very tall, very long. He's more of a burner, like a vertical burner. When healthy, he's their fastest tight end, in my opinion. And I don't say that jokingly, like we talk about the 10-yard split. I mean, genuinely, when he's 100% healthy, he is their fastest tight end. But he's more of a vertical type of guy. Like, if I had to compare him to like former Notre Dame players, Mitchell Evans is, he's more of the Michael Mayer mold, not talent wise, but just how you use him. More of a Michael Mayer type. Holden Stace is more of a Tommy Tremble, Ben Koyak type, usage wise, more talent, but usage wise. And Eli Raridon is more of a Troy Nicholas type, vertical, downfield, big play. I mean, Troy Nicholas and his one, and Eli's a much more explosive athlete. Again, I'm talking usage. But in Troy Nicholas's 1 year as a starting tight end, he averaged 15.6 yards per catch. I mean, compare that to what other tight ends have done. Tyler Eifert was 13.7 and 12.8 in his 2 years as the primary starter. Ben Koyak was 10.6. Alize Mack was 14.6 as a freshman. Durham Smythe was 12.4 and 16. He was 16.3 and 17, but it was on a lot fewer catches. Durham Smythe might be a good comp for Mitchell Evans, or for Mitchell Evans as well. Maybe, Holden Stace as well, because he did a lot of stuff detached as well. But just he brings more of that type of skill set, that vertical type of player to the table with a lot of speed. I think that's what he could be in this offense. So I hope I answered your question. Laker Irish also asked, are we recruiting at a high enough level for 25 on defense? Yeah, as far as who they're targeting, yes, no doubt. They're targeting some big time players in 25 at all positions. They got to close on them, but it's super early to evaluating what the class is now. But yeah, I mean, because you've got Joseph Reif's a good depth player, but they want Christopher Burgess there, or another guy like that there. Davion Dixon's a good top 200 football player. You've got CJ May, top 200 football player. So the foundation is laid. Now it's about go get impact guys, and that's what they're trying to do. I mean, Noah McHale was supposed to be on campus this weekend, didn't make it. He's a big-time player. Jadon Blair is a big-time player, in my opinion. The Taylor kid, Ivan Taylor, is a big-time player, in my opinion. I think Creek Thomas is a top 100 caliber player. There's Nathaniel Owusu-Boateng is a big-time player. Christian Jones is a big-time player. Anthony Sack is a big-time player. So there's a lot of guys on the board. They just got to close on them. But the board it's deep. There's a lot of good players. It's just, can they close? That's a legitimate question, Laker Irish. Are they going to close on those guys or not? We'll find out. But they're shooting for the moon. They're shooting for the stars, I should say, in the 2025 class on defense. They just got to close. That's going to be the big key, right? You just got to close on them. It's a great question from David Carpenter. He says, Brian, where does this rank in your list of favorite Notre Dame games you've been at, in your top 10? It is definitely in my top 5 for a lot of reasons. So as I think about the games, I mean, there's the asterisk games, right? Like, I think of 2017 Duke, because that's the first game I went to with my wife. At the time, she's my girlfriend. Now she's my wife. First time we ever went to a game together. That's in my memory bank as a favorite game. The first game I ever went to, they won that game, but the first game I ever went to was with my dad in 2007 to watch them get beat like 38-0 by USC. It's one of my favorite games ever. Game was terrible, but it's the first game I ever went to my dad, and one of only 2 games I've ever watched in the stands. Actually, it's the only game I think I've ever watched in the game stands with my dad. My dad's been to a lot more games, but we're never in the stands together. And last couple of years, my dad has actually helped me on road games. So he, because my dad knows the game, so he'll go because I don't travel with somebody else. So some of those road games, he'll go with me, help me chart, help me get the content together, help me organize all that stuff, which is really cool to be able to do with him. But I mean, we're kind of working, so it's a little bit different than that particular game. But as far as games that I've been to, as far as like how the game went, my favorite games of the outcome and how it was played, this game is right up there with, as I kind of the 2015 USC game. There, you're going to notice a theme here. The 2015 game against USC was a big one. That was a great game to be at because of just the type of game it was and the big moment. That's in the conversation. 2017 USC is absolutely in my top 5 as well. And because it was a blowout win over USC, I was actually joking with Nick Watkins after the game on Saturday. When I was coming down the elevator, Nick Watkins was in there, and I was like, say, did you show Benjamin Morrison a little something? Because Benjamin's pick was somewhat similar to the pick Nick had of Sam Darnold back in 17. But just the blowout nature, but just the manner in which they just beat USC up, I really, really enjoyed. So that was a lot of fun. Those two for sure are in my top 5. I'm trying to think through. No, none of the 2010 games are in my top 5. The Miami win was great, but I wasn't at that game, so I wasn't there to watch it. 2011, there weren't any, games. 2012, I wasn't at that game. 2013, I wasn't at any of those. Actually, the only game I went to in 2012 was the Pitt game. That's the only game I was actually at, but I was in the stands as a fan. I wasn't in any games in 2013. 2014, the Michigan game that year was in my top 5. That 31-0 beatdown, just because it was a big game. It was a rivalry. You got to whoop up on your rival a little bit. That was really big. And then that LSU game that year is also in my list of games as well. I don't know where it would be in the top 5, but it's in that conversation as well, just because nobody thought Notre Dame had a chance. They came out. They were physical. They took it to LSU. They went blow for blow. And then just the way that they won it at the end was great. I mean, that was absolutely great. 2017, I mean, the only game that there was a lot of great games that year. LSU game was a good game. It wasn't as good as the one in 14 as far as memorable, just because, I mean, you had already kind of been there, done that kind of thing, type of deal. 2018 game against Michigan was a pretty good one too. I'm kind of thinking like that's my top 5. Now I will say this: the 2018 game against USC is in the conversation for me because that's the only game I've been to at USC where Notre Dame won, because I wasn't at the 12 game and I wasn't at the 2010 game that they played, so that one was in there. That one was in there. And then, last year Clemson game. So I mean, so it's like 6 games. Those games probably to me are, so you got the Michigan game in 2014, Michigan game in 2018, USC this year, USC 2017, LSU game in 2014. Those are probably my favorite games I've been at. And if you notice a pattern, my favorite game that I was at that Notre Dame lost, the 2011 Michigan game, was really awesome environment. That was a great environment for a football game. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I mean, that was a cool experience. Very cool experience. Let's go to up here. I got to get unstar some of these because I've already answered them real quick. Tommy Guns. I kind of addressed this one too, Tommy. What would you say was your favorite? Was the play of the game against Southern Cal? It was. I'm going to give one play of the game for each unit. How about that? The play of the game for the defense was the first pick. You could argue that the play of the game for the offense was the third down touchdown pass to from Sam Harmon to Jerome Payne. That was big. That was a big moment. But the play of the game to me on offense was the Chris Tyree touchdown pass, because that to me was the moment where the Notre Dame offense said to USC, sorry, this isn't your day. Now, there was still a lot of time left, but they just showed, like, if we need to answer, we will. If we have to go at you, we will. We're not going to take any chances. We're not going to do anything stupid to turn the ball over, give their offense a short field. We're going to do what we need to do. But when you get close enough to where we think you might be doing something, we got something for you, and we're going to put the game away. And anytime Notre Dame does something where they're the more explosive unit, I love that. And then the special teams did the same thing after the next USC touchdown when it was 31-20. Watching Jadarian Price take that back, just the explosiveness, like that was it. So like those are the three plays of the game, not because they were exciting, but because of the impact. That first pick was huge. It set the tone for the game. Broke that down earlier. That touchdown pass to Chris Tyree to me was the best backbreaker the offense could give. And then any lingering doubt there might have been at 31-20, Jadarian Price said, sorry, you got no chance. This one's over. So those to me were the three big ones from this game. Here's a comment from Ed3. USC were frauds. I don't think they should have stormed the field. Save those moments for when we beat a real top 5 team. Let me respond to this for a second. I think there needs to be a happy medium to what you're saying and then the conversation about storming the field. And what I'm going to say is this isn't about storming the field. I agree with you that they shouldn't have stormed the field against USC. They were a top 10 team, not a top 5 team. And it's also a team that you play all the time and you were favored to beat, and you've beat them 5 out of the last 6 games. Now, 4 of the last 5 coming into the game. But I also think you're cheapening the win by saying that they were frauds because they weren't. Say, well, they didn't play anybody. I get that, but they kind of did to them what you're supposed to do to teams that you don't play anybody. You're supposed to do that. You're supposed to blow most of them out, and I think USC did that. Is USC a great team? No. Are they a playoff team? No. They looked pretty good the first 3 weeks, not so much the last 3 weeks. Kind of like Notre Dame, right? I mean, Notre Dame looked good early, had a stretch where they didn't play well. USC's part of that stretch. How are they going to respond out of that? Don't know. Don't know the answer to that. But I don't think saying USC is a fraud is accurate either. That's a good football team. I think USC is more of a top 15 type of team as opposed to a top 10 type of team. Just on, it's hard for me to think you're a top 10 team when your defense is that bad. But it's still a great win. It's still a top 10-ish football team. They were ranked in the top 10. So I don't think they were frauds. You and I agree on the whole, that's not a game you should have stormed the field for. But I I don't think that first part's accurate either. If I were to say what are games that Notre Dame fans understandably could have stormed the field for during my tenure covering the team, really, the funny thing is a lot of Brian Kelly's biggest wins were like some of his top 10 wins were road games. So like the 2012 uh, game against Oklahoma was a big one. That was a road game. The Stanford game in 2012 was an understandable storming of the field. Now, I know at the time Stanford wasn't ranked real high. I think they were outside of the top 10 at the time. Let me just pull this up just to be sure. I think they were something like 15th or 17th or something like that, maybe 12th. Let me pull it up here real quick. Give me a sec. They were 17th. They had just lost 2 weeks earlier to Washington. They had beaten number 2 USC at that early in the year. But it was more so that was a good team, but it was a team that had dominated you for several years. So I understand. And then the way that they won it with the last second goal line stop, that one I would have understood. Still, let the other team leave first, but storm the field. 15, there were really no games to me that were field storming games. 17, maybe USC, but that's a maybe. I don't know that that's one I would have stormed either. If they would have been able to beat Georgia, that would have been one. 2018 Michigan, that's one that's a little bit more debatable for me. First game of the year, Michigan was a pretty good team, but again, that was a Michigan team that wasn't ranked in the top 10. I don't believe. I'm looking it up now. I think they were outside the top 10 in that game coming into that game. They were 14th. So I don't know that the moment was big enough for me to say storm the field. None in 19. 2020 they did kind of storm the field for the Clemson game, but that's also partly why I was kind of okay with it for the 2022 Clemson storming. Number one, Clemson was number 4 in the country. They were undefeated. And a lot of fans kind of missed on that chance in 2020 because there was only like 20,000 people in the stands because of the COVID stuff. So that one I kind of understood. That's about it. And you've beaten some big time programs. I mean, Florida State, you've had home wins over recently, but they weren't any good. So I just don't know that there's a whole lot of field storming moments that they have had for a program like Notre Dame. But again, if you wanted to storm on Saturday, I'm good with it. Just let the other team get off the field first. That's just kind of my thing. Call me Ty. Is there a realistic chance that Notre Dame can make over the bye depth chart wise that you actually I think we've kind of already addressed that one. David Carpenter. I answered that one as well. Josh Buffo, the motivational business banker. How happy were you to see the D line finally get to eat and be successful with 6 sacks on the reigning Heisman Trophy winner? Well, it was the second time we've seen that in 3 games. And so I was very happy to see it because it told me that Al Golden is starting to believe more and more that his D line is capable of that. But I thought the D line did pretty good against Duke as well. They didn't have as many tackles for loss and sacks, but they were very disruptive and they had some big moments. But yeah, man, like 11 tackles for loss, 6 sacks. It was like, dude, this is what that group is capable of. I believe. I do believe that. I think they're capable of that. Let them do it more. And so that was a relief. Now the hope is that it continues. But I enjoyed that very much. And Josh, you could see it from jump. I mean, there's a lot of talk about, props to Al Golden for, bringing a lot of people against Duke and not rushing 3, and that's true. It was a good job, but he also had plenty of times where he was just bringing 4, and I'm good with that if your D-line's good enough, and Notre Dame's D-line is good enough and was good enough, and he let him eat, and the more he did that, then all of a sudden you start ramping up the linebacker pressures and those start hitting home a lot more. And that's why some of the run game pressures worked a lot because it's not just pass game, Josh. It's also when you're letting the D line eat, all of a sudden the other team's more focused on stopping the D line. And all of a sudden those run throughs in the linebacker run game start happening too. Because, you talk about he let the D line eat and that's great. And they had 11 tackles for loss. But J.D. Bertrand had 1.5 tackles for loss. DJ Brown had a tackle for loss. Benjamin Morrison had a tackle for loss. Maris Leofau had a tackle for loss. Cam Hart had a tackle for loss. Thomas Harper had a tackle for loss. Jalen Sneed had a tackle for loss. So 7 of your 11 tackles for loss came from your linebackers and your secondary. And part of that was great perimeter play, like the one from Cam Hart and the one from Benjamin Morrison. But another part of that was with especially the linebackers and some of the safeties was they were so focused on trying to block your box and that they were able to get those pressures that you were then not getting to the linebackers. But then the other reason was because they were getting such a great push, they were forcing the USC guys to bounce, but they were bouncing from so much further back that allowed the nickels and the safeties and the linebackers to get those run throughs and make the stops either for losses or in the case of like JD Bertrand, short gains that were short of the sticks on a 3rd and 3, you stop them on, for only a 2-yard gain. It's not a tackle for loss, but it's a stuff. And it set up the 4th down play that was a tackle for loss. So it was just magical, man. I mean, masterful, is what I meant to say. And I hope it continues, but I enjoyed it. I do. Cause it's kind of funny, Josh, cause this is a quarterback. I had some bad dreams of opposing teams having really good defensive lines coming at me. But as a coach and as an analyst, when it's the team I'm covering or pulling for, there's very few things more fun than watching a defensive line just eat the other team up, man. And it is because at the end of the day, football is still very much a man on man, grown man, like physical football game at the college level. I don't know about the NFL. I don't watch it enough, but in college football, the best teams are still the teams that can play in the trenches. And this game on Saturday is perfect example of that. Lincoln Riley is trying to take college football in one direction, and he's having some success with it. But the reason he very rarely wins big games, unless it's against like-minded teams, the reason he tends to, got his butt whooped by Utah last year, the reason they got beat by Tulane to a degree last year is what? You're trying to do all this speed stuff, and Tulane's offense said, you can do all that, but we're just going to punch you in the mouth, and we're going to hit you and hit you and hit you. And they ran all over USC because the teams that win, Bama, Georgia, teams like that, Ohio State, has not been as good, in my opinion, in the Ryan Day era, the further they get away from Urban Meyer. Why? Because they're not as physical. But why do I like this Ohio State team more? Because they don't have to score 40 every game to win now in the good games, because they actually now have a defense that can be physical and can stop people. And I'm just a big fan of that. I just am. I think that's still the way to go. I think that's still the best way to win championships. And so to watch Notre Dame and Marcus Freeman and Al Golden, that defense, teach that lesson to Al Golden or to Lincoln Riley again was fun to watch. PJC 1122. How do you think Southern Cal will fare against the rest of their schedule? I think they beat Utah this weekend. I do. I think they'll bounce back. I just don't think Utah can score enough to beat them. Like, if Utah's defense does exactly what Notre Dame's defense did, I don't think Utah's good enough to score enough points to still win. I don't. And I don't think USC, because I had a buddy ask me this last night. He goes, "So you don't think," because he asked me the same question you are, PJC. You think he's like, "Oh, Utah's going to beat USC." And I was like, "Well, maybe. I don't think they will." And he goes, "You don't think they got a really good front seven?" And I was like, "No, I think they got a pretty good front seven." And when you look at Utah's success this year, I mean, they've been a defensive driven team. They're giving up 12 points a game. You know, the most points they've allowed in the game all year was 21 to Oregon State. And they're pretty good defense. They haven't played any great offenses, but you know, they're pretty good defense, and they got a pretty good D line, and they've got some size. And you know, Jonah Ellis is a monster, and he's got 13 and a half tackles for loss, and you know, in 6 games. And it's Luther Ellis's kid. I didn't know a lot about him. Ryan was talking to me about him recently. 9 sacks, 13 tackles for loss in 3 games. He's a heck of a football player, you know. And you look at some of the other guys they have, and you know, Keanu Tanuvasa is 6 tackles for loss, a D tackle. Logan Fano has got 5. And they're a good defensive line, good linebackers. The problem for me is they don't have the reason that what Notre Dame did worked, and why I don't know that the other teams can replicate that against USC. It's like people think, oh, the book is out. Notre Dame finally found the recipe after 7 years of Lincoln Riley's offense, 9 if you count as 2 years as coordinator. Notre Dame finally found the playbook to stop them. Okay, but the playbook's already been there. It's just most teams can't do it. And that is, you got to have skill talent on the perimeter that's as good or better than the USC skill talent. And what Notre Dame had on Saturday, and this is why I said last week, is people were talking about, you know, playing more zone. And I was like, yeah, maybe inside, but I still want to see your corners play man, because your corners are better than their receivers. And that's what we saw. And Utah can't replicate that. They can't. They don't have the corners in the secondary, in my opinion, to do what Notre Dame did. They can try it up front, but there's going to be some things. And number 2, Notre Dame did expose USC for the flaws they have. And the first 6 teams they played, who had a 10-24 combined record, did not have the ability to expose USC the way that they needed to be exposed for them to finally wake up and say, we can't keep doing this. Someone's good enough to beat us, and Notre Dame did. Well, USC is going to make adjustments. Lincoln Riley doesn't have a 72-14 record for nothing. You know, he's a very good offensive mind. He will find answers. Now, I don't think he's a great head coach, and that's why I think they're going to lose to Oregon and Washington. But I don't think they're going to lose to UCLA. I don't think they're going to lose to Cal, and I don't think they're going to lose to Utah unless they just quit on him. That's the only way they're going to lose, because I don't think those teams can score enough. Like Arizona, you know, gave them a game, and they didn't have their starting quarterback, but Arizona has an offense that when they're on, they can score. They've got some good scheme. You know, we've talked about that. Ryan and I have talked about that with the skill they have in the pass game. Jacob Cowing, Tetaroa McMillan. I mean, that's a guy that Notre Dame tried to recruit from Servite. Really talented player. You know, Tanner McLaughlin is a really productive pass catching tight end. They got some players there, man. Utah, without Cameron Rising, to me, just doesn't have that ability. You talk about what Utah does defensively, and they're only giving up 12 points a game, but guys are only scoring 21.7. We're complaining about Notre Dame's offense, and they've scored 35. They're scoring over 35 points a game. I mean, the highest output that Utah's had all season was 31 points against Weber State and 34 points against Cal. This is a Cal team that gave up 52 to Oregon State and 59 to Washington. That's not a very good Cal defense. And so, to me, I just don't think they have the offensive firepower to do it. Now, Oregon and Washington do, and that's why I think USC is going to get ripped. Unless their defense – because, see, I don't know that their defensive improvement was necessarily against Notre Dame was them improving as much as it was about Notre Dame just not being aggressive enough to exploit it. They didn't need to. And so I don't know. I wouldn't say that I necessarily agree with it, but I understand it. And so, to me, that's not going to be what Washington and Oregon do. They're going to go at them. And unless their defense has made an improvement that I don't know that it's capable of with Alex Grinch running it. That's what it comes down to. It's not about the players as much as it's about Alex Grinch. I think they're still going to get outscored. The Sun Chance Kid. It's a good question. Brian, how would you define a program-changing win, and do you believe that we just witnessed it against USC? I'll go backwards. Yes, I do. A program-changing win, and this is going to sound condescending, but I promise you it's not. So let me explain. A program-changing win is one in which the outcome of that game can or does. The does is more looking at it down the road. Send your team on a different trajectory. Program changing. And so what I mean by that is you have big wins. Those are big wins. Those are fine. But then there's wins to me that your program is kind of going here. And this win says, no, we're going to go there. And a lot of people, including Dabo Swinney, has said that for Clemson, for example, that win was the Notre Dame game in 2015. I don't think that was it. I think that might have been the final straw for them. But when I look at Clemson, I actually think it happened a couple years before. I think it happened in 2013, and it was kind of a building up process. In 2013, Clemson had lost again to Florida State and South Carolina, who were dominating them at the time. And they went out and played a bowl game that year against Ohio State and beat Ohio State. And they came out that next year. They had a couple, I think that game kind of started to say, hey, this Clemson team is legit. But then they come out the next year and they start that season 2-1. 1-2. You lose to Florida State again. You lose to Georgia again. Or you lose to Georgia, who you beat the year before. Then later that year, they went out there and they beat South Carolina. Now, that wasn't a very good South Carolina team, but that was a South Carolina program that in a lot of ways was every bit the kryptonite to Clemson as Florida State was. And that was during that Spurrier era. So from 2009 to 13, South Carolina had beaten them 5 times in a row. That was the Steve Spurrier era, beating them 5 times in a row. Had to beat them in that stretch, they beat them by 17, 22, 21, 10, and 14. And Clemson came out late 2014. They had Deshaun Watson at quarterback. I believe he was finally back at the time because he had gotten hurt. Maybe he was out at that time. He might have been out at that time for the year. No, he was back. He played that game. He went 14 of 19 for 269 yards and 2 touchdowns. And they beat South Carolina. I believe that game, to me, was the catalyst for the turnaround. They then went out in the bowl game and smashed Oklahoma in the bowl game, 40-6. And to me, if you don't win those 2 games, and that wasn't a great Oklahoma team, but what they did to Oklahoma, if you don't win those 2 games, I don't think they have the confidence to beat Notre Dame. I don't. I don't. I don't think they're a team that would have had the learning how to win moment that the South Carolina game was. I don't. And so I actually think that was the game. So why was that a program changing win? Like, that wasn't even a good South Carolina team. It wasn't. It was one of the worst teams that Spurrier had during that stretch. And it was kind of getting close to the beginning of the end for that. But it was a mindset change for Clemson. It was hey, we can go out here and we can dominate this football team. We can physically dominate this football team. And we can beat a team that's been spanking us our entire tenures. And so then they go out in 2015 and they beat Notre Dame, but then also they beat Florida State later that year. And I think it all stems back from that game in 2014 at the end of the year when they beat South Carolina. That's really what I think it boils down to. I think that was the game that the Clemson team realized, hey, guys, we're pretty good. And the fact that they did it the way they did it speaks volumes. And I'll show you what I'm talking about, because it's not just about winning, but it's about how you won. And you look at Clemson against South Carolina, and I pointed out that stretch from 2009 to 13 where they got lost every year. Clemson rushed for 48 yards in a loss, 17-point loss. They ran for 61 yards and a 22-point loss. They ran for 70 yards and a 21-point loss. They ran for 145 yards and a 10-point loss. What's the pattern? Then they ran for 127 yards and a 14-point loss. Still not very good. But then next year, they came out and ran for 225 yards, 5.6 a carry in that win over South Carolina. And it wasn't Deshaun Watson and running around. Wayne Gallman ran for 191 yards in that game. And they said, we're better than you. We're not afraid of you anymore. Yes, we have athletes, but the problem with Clemson for all those years is they had the Sammy Watkins and they had these really talented receivers for all these years. I mean, you look at the players they had at receiver in 2013, they had Sammy Watkins, Martavis Bryant, Adam Humphries, and Mike Williams. Jordan Leggett was a freshman tight end on the team. Loaded at wide receiver. You had DeAndre in 2012. You had DeAndre Hopkins and Sammy Watkins on the same team with Martavis Bryant. These are all NFL players. I think Adam Humphries is also an NFL player, if I remember correctly. That team went out and got beat by South Carolina by 10 points. That team lost to Clemson. The 2013 or the 2011 team at Clemson. You look at how loaded they were at the skill positions. They had Sammy Watkins, DeAndre Hopkins, Dwayne Allen, who was a second-round draft pick at tight end, Martavis Bryant, Adam Humphries, Sharon Peake, Andre Ellington. These are a lot of NFL players that they had. And they went out and played in a bowl game against West Virginia and got beat 70-33. Georgia Tech kicked their butt. NC State kicked their butt. South Carolina kicked their butt. They couldn't score in those games. And why? Because they were a finesse football team. They were soft. They were soft. They were not a good football team. They couldn't run the football against the best teams in the schedule. Not in meaningful ways. They were a finesse football team. And what turned Clemson around is when they said, hey, we can have all the skill in the world, but we got to be able to physically go against people. And that's what that made that 2014 team started to change a little bit. They started to run the ball a little bit. And then the 2015 team came out and they completely were a completely different team. They dominated defensive line wise. They could dominate the run game wise. Like if you look at the 2013 team that beat Ohio State, but got blown out by Clemson, got blown out by South Carolina. That team that year had talent, right? All those receivers, but they couldn't score against those two really good teams because they couldn't run the football. Not in the big games. They had 2 games all year where they had over 200 yards, but they couldn't run on South Carolina. They couldn't run on Florida State. Now, they did run against Ohio State, which was good. That wasn't a great Ohio State defense that year. But you look at 2014. So 2 games of 200 yards. 2014 starts to change a little bit, right? You go for 200 yards against South Carolina State. They're not very good. You go for over 200 yards against NC State. They weren't very good in 2014. At least, especially not defensively. Gave up 27 points a game. You ran for 209 yards against Georgia State. They're not very good. So again, you're not that team yet, but they went out against South Carolina and they ran on them, physically ran on them. And then the next year you come out, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 games that year en route to the national title game where they went for over 200 rushing yards. A team that could not run the football in impressive fashion. In 2014, they ran for 146 yards a game. In 2013, they were at 175. A lot of it was against bad teams. 191 the year before, couldn't run on the good teams, 4.2 per carry. 158.5 the year before, 4.2 per carry. That 2015 team comes out. They run for 223 a game, 4.9 per carry, 12 games over 300 yards or 200 yards. But when late in the year, they ran all over South Carolina. They ran for 319 yards in the ACC title game against North Carolina, 312 yards against Oklahoma State or against Oklahoma in the playoff game. And that was a different mentality. And it signified a different mentality where we know that if we want to be great, we've got to win this way. And Clemson took off. And I think that South Carolina game was the moment where they realized we can be that team. And then that led to the Notre Dame win the next year. And then led to the South Carolina or the Florida State win the next year. Led to the Oklahoma playoff win the next year because they could, or not, yeah, Oklahoma win that next year. And so to me, this has a chance to be a program-defining win for Notre Dame. Your backs are against the wall. If you lose, can Marcus Freeman recover or not? It's a legitimate question. program could have gone this way. You win, it goes this way. Now you've got to build on it for it to truly become that. But it's just the thing where the trajectory of your program, how you're perceived from a recruiting standpoint, the belief that your players have in themselves, your coaches realizing this is who we kind of can be and need to be, and then turning into that direction. I think that's what program defining wins are. And that's what this game to me was for Notre Dame. And you look at like Michigan in recent years. Michigan 2021 was a good team with a really good defense. They weren't an elite team that season. To me, they weren't. Barely beat Nebraska that year, barely beat Rutgers that year, played kind of a weak non-conference schedule, beat Northwestern convincing. Not a pretty game. You go get beat by Michigan State, who ran all over you. You barely beat Penn State, who wasn't that good that year. I mean, let's be honest. Penn State was a 7-16 that year. Penn State lost to Illinois at home that year. They lost to Iowa. They lost to Ohio State. They lost to Michigan State. They lost to Arkansas. They weren't very good that year. You barely beat them. Michigan wasn't a great team. It was the win over Ohio State that made Michigan say, hey, we can be that team. Then they come out the next year and just a different mentality. Now you look at them now, and I don't think Michigan's a great team. I don't think Michigan has super talent. I think they're a good football team, but they believe they're a great team, and they work like a great team, and they execute like a great team. And that doesn't happen if they don't beat Ohio State in 2021. Doesn't. Because if they don't beat Ohio State in 2021, they don't beat Ohio State last year. Truly, they're not going to beat them. No, they're not. So to me, it's those games where it's just you finally realize, hey, we have a chance to be really good and really special if we can tap into that juice again. And that's what that game was for me. So I know that was a very, very long answer. I realize that, but that's how much that game meant to me if Notre Dame can build on it. I really believe it can be. All right, let's get to some more questions here as we dive into this. I'm going to try to work through some of these a little bit quicker here. Let's see here. Some of these, Connor Fitch, that was a great question about recruiting classes that I love. This is one that Connor had brought up earlier. I'd have to really kind of go through and study the classes. I can't tell you that I've seen enough. That's a good question to ask Ryan on Friday. But if you're on the message board, that's a great question to ask on the message board because I actually like talking about other classes that I like. I just haven't really, it's been since the season started, I haven't really dove into the different classes beyond what I knew of them over the summer. So I'd have to go into that. Like when I saw Juju Marks decommitted from Missouri the other day, I texted around. I was like, dude, I didn't even know that he did commit to Notre Dame or to Missouri. So once the season starts, I don't stay as locked into recruiting other teams. So it's a great message board question, and it's a great bye-week message board question as well, because I can kind of dive into it, watch some film, and have some fun answering that question. So it's a great question. It's just not one that I'm able to answer now because I just haven't spent enough time really diving into what other teams are doing. So apologies. Broke neck boy, if Notre Dame does its thing and goes 10-2, what bowl do you think they would be in, and who would you think they would play? I'm not sure of that. I'd have to go look at the because there's certain there. Let me just kind of pull it up here real quick. There's certain games that are like they rotate which games are playoff games and which games are not, and what the tie-ins are and all that kind of stuff. So the playoff games this year are the Rose Bowl and the Sugar Bowl. And so you'd have the Orange Bowl, which could potentially be an ACC team. The Peach Bowl is an option, I believe. The Cotton Bowl would be an option. So the Peach Bowl, Cotton Bowl, and the Citrus Bowl is it's not a New Year's. It's not considered a New Year's Six, right? It's the Rose Bowl, it's the Sugar Bowl, it's the Fiesta Bowl, the Orange Bowl, the Peach Bowl, and the Cotton Bowl. Correct? Those are the six New Year's Six, right? So right now the option would be Cotton, Peach, and Fiesta, but I believe that the Cotton Bowl I'd have to look in this because I know that there's bowl tie-ins to a lot of these, like conference tie-ins, and I have to go look and see what they're like. I think the Cotton Bowl would be. I think the Cotton Bowl isn't it Big 12? Doesn't the Big 12 have a tie-in to the Cotton Bowl, or is that the Sugar Bowl? Let me go because it's changed. So just give me a second here. It says the Cotton when a conference champion is unavailable, the bowls invite the next best team from the conference. That is the Rose, Sugar, and Orange. The Cotton Fiesta and Peach Bowls have no conference tie-ins. Okay, that's interesting. So Sugar Bowl's SEC versus Big 12. So the Big 12 tie would be the Sugar Bowl. I was incorrect. It's not the Cotton Bowls. That's on me. Rose Bowl's Big 10, Pac-12, although that's a playoff game this year. Orange is the ACC versus the Big 10, SEC, or Notre Dame. So that could be an interesting one, the potential of the Orange. And then it's the Cotton Bowl, Fiesta Bowl, Peach do not have conference tie-in. So the fact that those three are all not playoff games this year, I think both would, to me, seem that it's going to open up more opportunities for Notre Dame to get one of those bids if they can keep winning. So I know a buddy of mine's like, man, I hope it's the Peach Bowl because he wants to go to the game. He lives near there. So those would be the three. Who they play, man, I have no idea. This has been such a weird season. Like, how does Miami smack Texas A&M, look good, and then lose to Georgia Tech, who just lost to Bowling Green? Like, this has just been such a weird year. And I think it's going to get – here's the thing. I think it's going to get even weirder moving forward because we're getting into a period of time where now the teams are starting to play each other more and more and more. And good teams are playing each other, and that's going to make it very interesting. Very interesting. All right, USMA, it feels like the running back rotation is now down to 2 or 3 with Estime, Love, and Payne, where their first 4 games sort of a tryout for who would be the primaries. Would like to see them get back to it. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I don't think it's 3. I mean, we did also see Jadarian Price at running back on Saturday. I believe him and let me just look it up to make sure. Yeah, him and Jabron Payne had very similar touches. Jeremiah, that can't be right. It says Jeremiah Love only played 6 snaps. That can't be right. If that's right, that's a joke. Jabron Payne only 7. Jadarian Price only played 2. I have to look that up. There's no way that's accurate. That would be really bad coaching if he only played 6 snaps. That'd be really bad, unless he's hurt. But I still think Jadarian Price is a guy they're trying to factor in. They didn't quite get him the ball. But none of those guys played a whole lot. Archer 4.52. Do you think the starting wide receivers for next year are currently on the roster, or do you expect to transfer fresh from the start? It's possible. I mean, if I had to guess right now, I would say that the starters are on the roster. I mean, the hope is that the veteran players step up and play better. I mean, I'd love to see Chris Tyree come back and see what he can do in year 2. I mean, if he's doing what he's doing now and he's never played receiver before, I'd love to see what he could do with another offseason of learning the position. You know, you hope that a guy like Tobias Merriweather turns his potential into production. You hope that Jaden Thomas can get back on track. You hope that Jaden Greathouse can have a big year 2 growth, or Rico or Braylon James or somebody like that. But if Cam Williams comes in to start, then great. That means he's really good. I don't want to see Notre Dame go to the portal for a receiver unless it's like an absolute dude, right? Archer, you're an Ohio State guy. Let's just say hypothetically, like a Emeka Egbuka wants to go to Notre Dame for some reason, right? I'm just making a point because you're a Buckeye fan. Would I look at him? Heck yes. Would I look at a guy like Tez Walker, who I think is really good? Yeah, probably. Would I look at another Caleb Smith situation? No, I wouldn't. You needed to this year, in my opinion. You know, maybe Deion Colsey figures it out and is able to stay healthy. But to me, I don't think you don't need to go to receiver in the portal. And I know that maybe some coaches in Notre Dame might think that, but I think that's a cop-out. Look, you've got plenty of talent. Coach them up. Coach them up. Unless it's a flat-out dude, coach them up. That's what I want to see. Coach them up. And get those kids ready to play. And if you can't, look, here's the deal. If you don't have a receivers coach, and I'm not saying this is true, I'm making a hypothetical situation about evaluating your program. If Marcus Freeman looks at his receiving core and says, I've got Tobias Merriweather, Deion Colsey, Jaden Thomas, Chris Tyree, Tobias Merriweather, Jaden Greathouse, Rico Flores, Braylon James, Jordan Faison, Cam Williams, Micah Gilbert, and Logan Saldate, and you don't think you have a coach that can get that group ready to play at a high level, you got the wrong coach, and you need to make a change. Simple as that. I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying if that's your evaluation, that we can't put a big-time receiving core on the field next year because we don't have the talent, so we got to go to the portal and get somebody who's already been developed by somebody else, then you don't have the right receivers coach running your program, and you need to get a better one. Guys, I just listed off a lot of very talented players. Coach them up. I mean, that's what it comes down to, man. Coach them up. Get them ready to play. Because this, they're young, they're young, they're young. Well, they won't be as young next year. These guys are going to play a lot of snaps. So I want to see you coach those kids up. That's what I want to see. Brendan K., do you think Hartman's hesitancy to throw deep the ball has been due to internal confidence in the receivers, coaching, or something else? I think it's a combination of all those things. I don't think he has a lot of confidence in the players right now, and to a degree that's understandable. You know, we have seen some drops. Jaden Thomas dropped a ball against NC State that he put out there was catchable. Tobias dropped the deep ball against Duke that he should have caught. He just missed a Tobias on another one. Rico Flores gets picked off against Louisville. I don't think there's a great deal of confidence in the outside receivers. I don't think they're calling a lot of plays and they're not scheming things in a way that are really overly creative. It's just a bunch of goes and posts and stops. There's not a lot to it. There's no drives. There's just a lot of different things that I want to see that they're not doing. And I don't think he has a lot of confidence. And that's where the coaching part comes in. I don't know that they're trying to force the issue. And this is why I said at the beginning of the year, you force the issue with Tobias and Tyree early in the year. Why? You do it against Navy, you do it against Tennessee State, you do it against NC State, you do it against Central Michigan. Why? One of two things you're going to know before you get to Ohio State. One is, okay, Tobias has got that ability. Here's where he's fallen short, but he's doing good things here. Let's work on this. Let's identify this and work on this. Number one. And then Chris Tyree, same thing. Number two, you force the issue to him early, Tobias early. He's dropping balls. He's not getting open. He's not doing those things. Then by the end of the NC State game, this guy doesn't have it. We need to figure something else out. 2 weeks before you play Ohio State, 3 weeks before you play Duke, 4 weeks before you play Louisville. That's the whole point. That's why I said at the time, it was a mistake that they just kind of ran their offense and just did the business as usual against bad teams. You needed to force the issue to those guys because you needed to get them the snaps and the opportunities needed to build their confidence and get them into the game. But the other side of that is if they don't step up and make plays, you now know they're not that dude, and you can start having other plans before it's too late. Same thing with the guard rotation. So to me, I've got to see more. I've got to see more from them. And so until I see more, I'm just not gonna buy the whole, it's just frustrating. It's the talent. It's the talent. No. It's the talent's got to step up and make plays, but you've got to do a better job developing it. And that's why they should have done it early in the year. That's the time for it. That's the whole reason you schedule Navy, Central Michigan, and Tennessee State in 3 of your first 4 games. Just so you can work out those kinks. They didn't do that. And it's hurting them now. You could have found out if Tobias wasn't that guy early in the season. You could have found that out. Say we did well against Central Michigan. He had 3 catches against Central Michigan. That's it. You should have done more, and you'd have found out if he wasn't that guy, or you'd have got him ready, and he'd be further along. Either way, it was a fail on the part of the coaching staff, and that's partly why we've seen this swoon. As soon as the competition got better, they got some things exposed that you should have had a good idea about in the first 4 games, in my opinion. Irish blooded. Can we just talk about how fast Boubacar is that guy could become a Notre Dame legend? Well, he played 2 plays, and that one play was pretty good. Now the question is, can he do it for more reps? And that's something, talk a lot of questions about what he do during a bye week. Well, here's the interesting thing is part of the reason that from what I'm told, part of the reason he got in is because one of the Vipers got his hammy a little bit tweaked a little bit, and then Bubakar got a shot and he took advantage of it. I would ramp it up a little bit during the week and of the prep week or the bye week, and then during the prep week and say, hey, look, let's see what the kid can do with a few more snaps. This is a great game for him against Pitt, right? Yeah, I'm not saying give him 50 snaps, but you can give him 10, 12, 15 and see what he can do. And but the reps in practice could be big. But yeah, look, I had this guy as my number one upside guy in the class last year for a reason. I mean, he's a very talented kid. Was injured a lot last year, banged up a lot, didn't get a chance to play. And boy, he's starting to figure it out. And that's the exciting thing because I honestly thought he was going to need at least a year, if not two, to kind of figure it out. And then when I saw that he came in like about 18 pounds lighter than what he was when he got when he signed, or at least what he was listed as during recruiting, I was like, ooh, it may take a little bit longer. And the fact that barely halfway through the year, he's already kind of showing enough to where they had to get him on the field and then he does things. It's like, okay, all right, I can dig it. So I'd ramp it up, see what he can do, see what the kid can do. JHT says, get outside. Wide receivers are injured, not trusted, but seems Greathouse needs to be a slot guy now. He was killing teams from there, and I only remember seeing him outside. I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, look, right now, who are your two most productive players against USC at receiver? Who are your two most productive receivers? It's Chris Tyree and Jordan Faison. They're not outside guys. They're slot guys. So you can't have your three best receivers all playing, three most productive receivers right now all playing one position. You can't do it. Jaden Greathouse is the only guy of that group to be effective. Now here's the thing: if you look at the game and you go break it down, and Vince and I will talk about this tonight. The reality is he was open a lot more than people think. He was open quite a bit in that game outside. There was plenty of opportunities to get him on the field and get him playing time or get him the ball. They just right now the offense is just not doing that. They're not getting the ball to him. They didn't look at him. There were several times, and actually it's funny. Vince texted me during the show. He's actually breaking down the film, getting ready for the show tonight. And I had told him that I thought Jaden Greathouse was getting open a lot during the game. But during the game, I'm looking at the receivers and I'm evaluating it. Vince is more looking at the line. It's kind of just part of what we do. And so Vince texts me and he goes, Jaden Greathouse is getting open a lot more than I thought he was, watching it live. And so he was getting open. Now it's just about getting Sam Hartman in a place where he's comfortable. And in Sam Hartman's defense in this situation, he didn't get a ton of reps with Jaden Greathouse because of the fact that he's kind of been nursing a bit of an injury in recent weeks and hasn't gotten a ton of reps that you'd expect for him to get for them to kind of get on the same page. You could see in the earlier games that Sam Hartman had a lot of faith in Jaden Greathouse, but throwing to him in the slot is a little bit different than throwing him outside. It's a different timing. It's a different connection. It's a different, just a lot of it's different. And it took him some time it's going to take him a little bit of time to get there. So Jaden now is healthy. You get him more reps during the bye week. And that to me would be, if it was up to me, that would be one of the things that I would start really focusing on as the Notre Dame coaching staff is let's get Jaden Gray. If this is where he's going to play, let's get him ramped up and let's get him and Sam Hartman on the same page. So I still think his best position's outside. He can play inside. Right now is outside, maybe down the road. But look, he's your most dependable player, and you moved him outside and you didn't throw him the ball. That's the more of the issue as opposed to moving him outside. It's don't move him outside and not throw him the ball, right? So you and I are on the same page, I think, on that part. But I actually think he can play outside, and he was open. He was open quite a bit on Saturday. Just got to focus on getting the ball out there. Patrick Fitzgerald says, how many adjustments can be made during halftime? Is it possible for coaches to change course with detail in the amount of time they have? No, it's not really that kind of thing. If you're going to change course, you're changing course with mostly what you already have. It's like, hey, we thought we were going to major in this and minor in that. The way the game's going out, we now need to major in the minor and minor in the major. That makes sense, right? So we thought we were going to be less of this, but now we had a nickel plan, and it was a it was a third down package, but this team's doing a lot of stuff. They're going tempo. They're going 10 personnel, 11 personnel. We need to match them nickel. So, hey, we're going to now major nickel. And then at halftime, okay, now that we're going to do more of this, we need to make sure that we're getting a couple coverages that we've done that maybe we didn't rep a whole lot. We got to be able to have those. And let's go over what those are going to be. Hey, make sure we're going to bring back this. We remember we ran this 3 weeks ago. Here's what we're doing. You talk through it, get on the board, and then you add a couple of those wrinkles into it. It's more stuff like that. Hey, we need to adjust offensively, personnel wise. You know, we're really feeling, we're really doing this well. They're not adjusting to this. What are the adjustments they're going to make? And let's do something to it. But let's maybe do a little bit more of this now, and you'll be good to go. Those are different things that you can do, but it can't be wholesale changes, because otherwise you're just going to go out there and your kids aren't going to quite know what they're going to do in college. Maybe some teams are mature enough. I think this defense is able to do more halftime adjustments because they're so experienced. I mean, think about this: 10 of Notre Dame's 11 starters on defense are either seniors, fifth-year seniors, or sixth-year seniors. 2 starters are sixth-year seniors. Howard Cross, and that is DJ Brown and Javonte Jean-Baptiste. That's 2. Cam Hart's a fifth-year senior. Whether it's Jack Kaiser or Thomas Harper, that guy is a fifth-year senior. J.D. Bertrand's a fifth-year senior. Maris Leofau's a fifth-year senior. Howard Cross is a fifth-year senior. Then your true seniors are Riley Mills and Xavier Watts and Jordan Patojo, and then sophomore Benjamin Morrison. So you have a very experienced and older group of defensive players. So I think you can take advantage of that at halftime, to where next year when a lot of those guys are gone, you're not going to be able to do as much. So it can vary from team to team, but more often than not, it's tweaks and adjustments, shifting focus on what you have as opposed to major course changes. Call me Ty, says season's not over. Would you stick to the current rotations or start using more young guys at O-line, D-line, linebacker, and safety? The only way that I'm going to use different guys is if I think those guys give me a better chance to win the next 4 games. There's nothing more important than winning the next 4 games. Now, that doesn't mean you can't do development and get some guys some more reps and things like that. Those things are also true. But you have to win those games. If you think Billy Schrauth gives you a better chance to win the next 4 games, then you play him. If not, then you don't play him. You don't start him. Now, I would rotate him more. I would do that. I would do some things in these next 4 weeks. I'd get Drake Bowen a few more reps of Mike, especially against a couple of the teams you think you can beat. I would get back to getting Christian Gray a little bit more reps of corner against maybe Pitt and in Wake Forest and Stanford and teams like that. But like when you go play Clemson, man, it's all hands on deck. It's whatever you got to do. If that means Riley Mills got to play 60 snaps, and he's got to play 60 snaps. I don't think that's the case if Gabriel Rubio's healthy, but you get what I'm saying. It's you got to win the game. Now, part of that can be playing more guys, but it's only because you think that guy can help you win. Like, I would love to see a Don Schuler play more. But if you don't think you have as good of a chance of winning a game if a Don Schuler plays, then don't make that move, because you've got to win. It's very, very imperative. It's imperative that Notre Dame win these next 4 games. Imperative. Joe Allen says, is it me or the slow developing run play is becoming frustrating to you? It's partly me, but I think some of the slow developing stuff gets a little bit overplayed, though, Joe. I think some of it is just that they're getting knocked back and it looks slower than it is. But no, I mean, I don't have a problem with the slow developing plays. It's just you've got to mix them up a little bit more with some quicker hitters, and that's also again why I think RPOs are sorely missing from this offense, even on Saturday. That slower developing stuff is great with RPOs because it's just more time to read that sucker out. I don't know why they're doing it. It's very, very frustrating. Archer 452, over the last 4 games, which player other than Billy Schrauth do you want to see get more snaps? Christian Gray's one as far as part of that rotation. He'd be one. I'd like to see the linebackers get a little bit more snaps in the rotation in the non-Clemson games. I would get Drake some snaps against Pitt. Let's see here. The Pitt game to me would be one where I think it'd be smart to play more of Jason Onye and Gabriel Rubio. It'd be smart to play more of Jr. and Josh Burnham and Bubakar and some of those guys, early, especially if you come out and jump on them, because I want you as fresh as possible for Clemson. And then whatever you need to do to beat Clemson, and then you can get back to rotating those guys in more in the last 2 games. Those are some guys I like to see more. Call me Ty asks, of the people that could leave, come back, what is your best guess on who comes back? I don't know. I mean, part of it, the reason I don't have an answer for that is it's a very fair question, is because part of it depends on how they finish. Like if Riley Mills plays the next 4 games like he played the last one or the last couple, like this game and the last game in Duke, it may be tough to convince him to come back. If he just is kind of a guy the next 4 games, hey man, one more year, if you taking another jump, you could be a great player. So that's I mean, Jordan Botelho, right now, I need to see more from you. If he finishes great, you may want him back, or you may want to go to the NFL. There's just so much to see. And if Xavier Watts goes out and picks off 5 more passes in the next 4 games, maybe a little tougher to guess who comes back. So I've just got to see how guys finish the year. So much of it depends on that. So this will be a much more I'd be much more comfortable answering that question at the end of the regular season than now. Couple quick hitters. Michael J. Is CJ Carr going to be an early enrollee? He is. Ryan Loftus, will Cam Williams be wide receiver 1 the first day on the roster? Heck no. He's going to have to earn that, and he won't be that guy. He's very talented, but he's not that kind of guy where he just shows up day 1 and he's wide receiver 1. Will Bubakar, Jason Smith asks, will Bubakar be a big end or Viper? Right now he's a Viper. I think his position is to be determined. I think between him and Josh Burnham, one of those 2 is going to have to move to big end. Which guy is that going to be? I don't know. I really don't know. Jay Henry says, based on how the season's going, what do you do with Deion Colsey? I hate that he's been nicked. That's a good question. Honestly, Jay, when he comes back, you've got to ramp him up, because he's the one guy that gives you that boundary type of body. I mean, I don't know when he's going to be back. I don't know if he's going to be back, to be honest with you. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if we don't see him again. I really wouldn't be shocked. The rest of the regular season, I wouldn't be shocked. I hope that that's not the case. I hope he plays again, because if you can get him back and just quickly get some confidence going, he's the one guy you can say, let's see what he can do. Let's throw some jump balls to him. Let's throw some back shoulders to him. I mean, he's 6'5", he's 210 pounds. Let's see what we can do and ramp him up. That's what I would do with him if he's healthy. But if he's not healthy, he's not going to help you. You gotta let him go. Seth Clark says, what is your opinion on Al Washington with the D-line finally being let loose? I mean, I think he's done a good job with the D-line this year. And the times they have let the D-line loose, he's gone. Here's why I give Al Golden or Al Washington a lot of praise. I have seen regression from Jordan Botelho as a pass rusher. Okay. But what's happening all across the board? Riley Mills is a lot better. Howard Cross is a lot better. Javonte Jean-Baptiste went from a guy that Ohio State fans told us was just a guy, right, to a pretty productive player for Notre Dame, like a really good player, including against Ohio State. A guy that had 4 tackles for loss and 3.5 sacks last year, just kind of a guy, and he's been a very disruptive player. Now, what's funny is his production he's only got 3 tackles for loss and a half a sack, which I still think that's total. I don't know how that's even possible. Because I can think of 3 sacks that I can think of. I feel like I can think of off the top of my head, right? But that's where they have him. He's been a very good player. Nana has gotten better. Gabriel Rubio has gotten better. Jason Onye is now helping you after never having been in the rotation before. Like, you're seeing growth across the board. That's a sign of a well-coached unit. Even though one guy has regressed in an area, you're still seeing that growth in other areas. And to me, that's a positive. That's very much a positive. And that's a sign of good coaching, because again, it's about evaluating what's happening across the board. Just one guy's not doing something or one guy's doing great. Maybe that's more about that one guy. But I think he's doing a very good job this season. Their hand play is getting better. It really just comes down to how are they being used. That's really what it comes down to. Archer 452. Clemson is the only team left on the schedule who has enough talent to challenge Notre Dame. Is the expectation 4-0 to finish the season? And which New Year's Six bowl do you want? Absolutely. You have to go 4-0. There's not a and even Clemson's not doesn't have a roster as good as Notre Dame's. Flat out don't. Flat out don't. Notre Dame's got better quarterback. Notre Dame's got better running backs. Notre Dame's got better tight ends. Offensive lines are similar. I would argue that Notre Dame has more depth of receiver. Right now, Clemson receivers are playing better, although not by a whole lot. I think that should change. I mean, they're not any great shakes there either. D line wise, I think Notre Dame has a better D line. I think linebacker, Clemson has the better linebacking core, but not by a ton. But they're better, and I think Notre Dame's secondary is better than Clemson's. So I don't think Clemson has a better roster than Notre Dame. To your point, however, their roster's good enough, just like Louisville's, that if you don't play well, they can and will beat you. No question. So if they beat you, it's because you didn't bring it that day and you didn't execute that day. So 4-0 needs to be the expectation. I mean, this is a Clemson team, guys. I mean, this is a good football team, but this is a team that got smacked by Duke, blew a lead against Florida State, and just barely beat Wake Forest 17-13 this past weekend. And Wake Forest is not that good. And I don't see how you can't beat them. Now the concern is they've been pretty good on defense this year, and Notre Dame's offense has been not very good. That's the concern that I have, is can you score enough on them? And they shut Clemson's Florida State's run game down. I mean, their run defense, they gave up 199 to Duke in the first game. Since then, they gave up 12, 83, 22, 100, and 102. That's it. They've only allowed 2 teams to go over 200 yards passing this year. So, very good defense, but Notre Dame's got a pretty darn good defense too. So then it's which offense matches up best. And right now, I think Notre Dame's offense matches up better against Clemson's defense by a little bit. Is that neutralized by home versus away? It's a good question. But yeah, they need to be 4-0. As far as the major bowl game, I don't care. I just want it to be. I care more about the matchup, Archer. If it's Fiesta Bowl against Air Force or something like that, or Cotton Bowl against Oklahoma, if I viewed the Fiesta Bowl as a better game, okay, give me the better opponent. Right? I mean, honestly, I really, as long as it's New Year's 6. Now, would I rather have Air Force in the Fiesta or some other good team in the Pop-Tarts Bowl or the Holiday Bowl? I'd like to see the New Year's 6 streak get snapped. 9 times out of 10, and I know some of you are thinking, hold on, you said in the past, and that's true. 9 times out of 10, it's like, give me the better opponent. But I want to be done talking about the New Year's 6 streak of not having won a New Year's 6 game. So at this point, I don't even care who they beat. I just want it to be be done talking about it. Because say, well, yeah, but you didn't beat a big time program. Well, they've already done that in bowl games. I mean, they beat LSU twice. I mean, they've had big wins in bowl games. They just haven't won a New Year's 6 game. So get that one out of the way, and then we can be done with that. That'd be great. Be absolutely great. Jason Rose says, hey, Brian, with guys like Cam Williams, Logan Saldate, and Micah Gilbert coming in, what does that mean for guys like Tobias and Jaden Thomas? It just means like they just need to work hard and keep playing, getting better. Jaden Thomas's thing is he's been hurt the second half of the year so far. I mean, he's got to get healthy. That's the big thing with Jaden. I don't think you can evaluate him properly. Tobias, look, he's going to have to figure some stuff out and play better and instill confidence in him from the coaches. That's, to a degree, there's things he can't do. Nothing he can do about that. In other areas, there are things he can do about that. He needs to look at, was the expression, control the controllables, right? There are certain things he can't control, how Stuckey views him or whatever else, or am I going to play my guys that I recruited, whatever. He can't control any of that. What he can control is, what's the work am I putting in today? What's the focus I'm putting in today? And when the ball comes my way, am I making plays? There's nobody else that can control that but you. And so he's got to control those things and do what he needs to do and let the chips fall where they may. And if he doesn't feel like he's getting a shot, then he can go somewhere else. If he does get a shot, then you go out there and you make plays and you become the great receiver I know you can be. That's really what that means for them. It can't be about Cam Williams and Logan Saldate and Micah Gilbert. If those guys weren't coming in, Tobias and Jade need to say, what do I need to do to become the best player I can be so that we can go win a championship? And if the young players give them a little extra motivation to be focused, great. That's good. That's a good thing. That's a healthy thing. So, but those guys aren't walking in the door and just dismissing those guys unless it's just the position coach says, I'm playing guys I recruited. That's it. That's the only reason it happens right away. It's going to come down to how those guys play. Tony Stengel, any concern with the offensive recruit second guessing based on the offensive struggles this season? No, I mean, no. It's a different type. It's a different group. We've talked about that. But for all the talk about the offensive struggles, Notre Dame has still scored over 40 points in 5 of their 8 games. I mean, I know we look at things a certain way, but if you're a Notre Dame recruit, like if you're Cam Williams, you were just on the field on Saturday, you watch your teams win 48-20, you watch a couple big plays, you're going to be thinking, man, let me get on the field and I'll be that guy that goes and makes that play. And that's the mentality that group has. I mean, it's like, yeah, you didn't score enough against Ohio State. Well, wait till I get there. Wait till you see me. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do it. And that's really what it boils down to. So none that I've heard of. I've heard the guys are excited about it. Zach 32 to super, and Tony, thank you for the super chat. It was a super chat, I think, wasn't it? I forget. I'm sorry. Been a long show. Zach 32 to super chat. Thank you, Zach. In your opinion, what happened to the offense after the first 4 games? Seemed like they were rolling. Was their success due to just poor competition? Of course it was. But they were also doing things legitimately that were helping them. They were throwing the ball down the field. They were more aggressive in the pass game. They were very efficient offensively. Their offensive line was playing well. What's happened since is they lost their aggressiveness when they played better teams. When the competition ramped up, they went away from things that were working. They didn't do enough in the first 4 games to really build on some of the younger players or newer players at the position. That matters. And the other part of it to me is they just kind of lost their way a little bit. When they started struggling, instead of just saying, hey, let's get back to who we are, they started kind of grab bagging a little bit and went away from who they are. And I think they lost their focus. That we saw them somewhat go back to that a little bit on Saturday. And now they need to get back to it. DBC with a super chat. Thank you, ma'am. With Louisville losing to Pitt, does last week's loss sting even more? It does for me. It does to a degree. I'll feel more about that after the season. When I see the playoff teams announced, and then I'll probably start feeling a certain way about it. But like right now, my focus really is on moving forward. It really is. I'll have a moment for that, but it's just not now. That moment for me is not now, and that's just partly, as a coach in season, I try to be as focused as I can be on. Okay, what's next, and then just go away from it. And yeah, I'm just not there. Here's a super chat from AST12321. But hey, but I understand why you're that way. I get it. Trust me. I know a lot of fans are feeling that way. Like it's even stings even more when you watch what Notre Dame did to USC, and then you watch, because you're thinking like, man, this team lost and this team lost and this team lost. Man, we'd be borderline top 5 right now. Like we'd be like 6 or 7 maybe. And see, it's frustrating, but I'm just trying not to focus on that stuff. I'm trying to think about, let's go beat Pitt. AST12321. Pro Football Focus released their team of the week. No Xavier Watts, one on earth. No 2 safeties had a better week. It's actually worse than that. It's worse than that. So they gave Xavier Watts a grade in the 70s, which is absolutely absurd. And he was, 70s is good football, but no, he should have absolutely been a better player. Here's the better part. Riley Mills, of the 24 players that played on Saturday, they graded Riley Mills as the 4th lowest, 21st out of 24 players. They graded J.D. Bertrand at 15th. They gave Ramon Henderson a higher grade against USC than J.D. Bertrand and Riley Mills and Gabriel Rubio and Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Javonte Jean-Baptiste had 7 pressures in the game. 7 pressures. He had the 2nd lowest grade on defense. I've said to you guys a million times, if you look at Pro Football Focus, look at their data collection, and that's it, because the grading process is a joke, an absolute joke. And this game is a perfect example of that. a perfect example of that. This game, this game against USC was Notre Dame's third highest rated defensive game of the season. Third highest. Yeah. You know what their worst defensive grade of the season was? Duke. Their second worst defensive graded game of the season as a team, Ohio State. Think about that. And their coverage grade, if they do like coverage grade, the Ohio State game was their second worst coverage game of the season. Yeah. Yeah. You know, the game they kind of pretty much shut down Ohio State's best receivers. Yeah. Yep. So I just the grading system is just really bad. It's just really bad. And I don't really know what to say about it, to be honest with you. Other than that, it's just look at the data collection and that's it. The rest of it's just it's a joke. Nathan Milton with the super chat. Thank you, Nathan. Has Clarence Lewis been sneaky good this year? Anyone else sneaky good on the Notre Dame roster you've been watching? He's been okay. He struggled this past week, in my opinion, but he's been solid. He's been solid. Sneaky good. I mean, I think Riley Mills is a guy that has just been completely underappreciated by Notre Dame fans all year. He's been very good this season, all year. Guys have been sneaky good. You know, it's really just it comes down to the fan whipping boys, right? Like fans love hating on Chris Tyree for some reason. Don't know why. Some do, not all. Some. I think he's been pretty good this year. And you know, you had people wanting to bench him last week and not play him anymore. You know, and I'm glad that the coaches didn't listen to that. He's been pretty good. Riley Mills has been really good, not getting a lot of appreciation from fans. Cam Hart nationally has been brilliant, and nobody talks about him. I've watched a lot of football this year. I don't know that I've seen 3 or 4 corners better than Cam Hart this year. And I see people say, "Oh, Benjamin Morrison." I've seen Notre Dame fans say this, and a guy was being complimentary. He's like, Benjamin Morrison's the best corner in the country. And I wanted to be like, Ben's been really good this year, no doubt, but he's not even the best corner in this team. And that's Cam Hart by far. Cam Hart in 8 games has given up 8 receptions for 94 yards, guys. In 8 games, Cam Hart has yet to allow 100 yards on the season, according to Pro Football Focus. And again, I told you, that stuff I like. USC had 10 yards against him. Louisville had 11. Duke had 0. Ohio State had 10. Central Michigan had 22. NC State had 38. Tennessee State had 3. Navy had 0. And if you remember the one against Tennessee State, that was a great ball. I mean, against NC State, was a great ball. Required a perfect pass. He's been brilliant this year, and nobody talks about him. Notre Dame fans do. I'm talking about like nationally. Nobody talks about him. He's been outstanding this year. Matt, 2011 GT. Thank you, Matt. In 2022, the defense was struggling early. Marcus Freeman said he wanted to simplify things, and it seemed to work. Do you think it's possible he tried the same thing this year with the offense, and that's why things have been rather vanilla? No, I just think that's kind of what he wants. I mean, the offense was that way last year too. I think Marcus Freeman. I shouldn't say that. I'm concerned that Marcus Freeman thinks that you can win championships playing the way his Ohio State teams did when he played. And I don't think he can. I don't think he can. Now, I could be wrong. They could have just a lower opinion of the current talent than I do. It really could be that. And if that's it, okay. I mean, we agree to disagree on the talent, but if that's really your issue, hey, we just don't think we have the receivers to run the offense we want to run. Okay, that's fair. Cool. Well, let's see what it looks like when you do. And next year you should, because these guys are going to be older and all that kind of stuff. That's fair. That's fair. That would actually, if I sat here and like told you guys what I told you, and Marcus Freeman was listening, he's not, and he called me up, he's like, Driscoll, man, like you need to stop saying that that's what I want to do. Here's the deal. I know you can't run it that way, but right now, here's the strengths of our team, and I just don't have a lot of faith in this part of our offense, but we feel like with Kenny and CJ and the guys we got coming in, and next year once Jaden and Rico and Braylon James and Faison are a year older, and we get Cam Williams in here, and the tight ends are going to be older. We're going to be like Reardon back to being healthy, and we're going to have these backs, and we're going to have this quarterback, and and Chris Tyree's gonna, but next year, man, look, this is what I want to do. We're gonna open it up. I just don't have a lot of faith that we're there right now. I was all right, cool. I'd make me feel happy. I'd be if he meant that, I'd be happy. Okay, cool. We agree to disagree on the current talent level, and if this is the answer for it, right? But I can live with that. I'd feel good about that. I just don't know that he actually believes that. I think it's more about, is a defensive minded guy. The offense's job is to complement the defense, not the other way around. And that's a bit concerning to me. It is. But then his response is going to be, "Did you watch the USC game?" And I'm like, "Well played, sir. Well played." I just don't think you can do that week after week after week. And my example would be, I'll see your USC and raise you Louisville and Ohio State, where your defense did pretty darn good in those two games for big stretches of the game, if not the whole game. And it wasn't enough because you couldn't score. The difference is, in this game, the offense did what it needed to do when it got into the scoring zone and when it needed to put drives together, and it didn't against Ohio State and Louisville. So it's good. Hopefully, it's a step in the right direction. Nathan Milton says, ideal starting Notre Dame O line in 2024. Hashtag, I'm not going to read that, Nathan. We've taken enough shots at Brian Kelly, and I agree with that. Ideal starting lineup for me in 2024. I mean, I'm assuming that Joe Walt's in the NFL. I'm assuming that Zeke Correll tries to move on to the NFL. Ideal starting lineup. Here's what I would do. I would move Pat Coogan back to center and let him battle with Ashton Craig for that job. I would have Billy Schrouth and Rocco Spindler starting off at guard, and I would give Charles Jagasaw a chance to push them out of the starting lineup. At tackle, I'd put Tosh Baker at right tackle and Blake Fisher to left tackle in the spring, and I'd tell Blake, we need you to be the leader of this group now. And I would tell Tosh, you're going to get every chance to start, but I would also say, but you've got to beat out Emil Wagner and see if you can. And that's what I would do. That's the lineup I would look at. I mean, part of me wants to say I'd move Blake Fisher to guard, and I really still feel like that's his best position, but I don't know if I have enough. I don't know that I like the tackle depth enough to do that move, to be honest with you. So, I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking, but I mean, gosh, man, there's still a lot of football left to play. But Billy Schrouth needs to be in your starting lineup, and you've got to give Charles Jagasaw a pathway to earning a spot somewhere, whether that's right tackle, left tackle, whatever the case may be. Maybe Emil Wagner makes a big jump this offseason and he can be your left tackle. I don't love the idea of moving Blake Fisher to left tackle. I don't think he's shown me enough this year as a pass blocker to make me comfortable at left tackle. That's one of my big concerns next year, is who's that left tackle. I don't know that Tosh has enough behind to hold up against the best pass rushers, and I don't know if Emil's going to be ready. So left tackle is a big concern for me next year, and it hasn't been like that for me in a long time. It really hasn't, and it is, assuming Joe Walt leaves, which I believe he will. Tyler Evans with a super chat. Thank you, Tyler. What did you think of the Oregon versus Washington game? I thought it was a phenomenal game. I thought you saw in that game partly why I think Washington is a legitimate contender this year, and why I picked them to win the Pac-12 and why I picked them to be a playoff team, because I believe this version of Washington can run the ball when they need to. And they're never going to be like piling up a bunch of numbers, but the Mississippi State transfer had 100 yards on Saturday. They need the run pass game was good, but it was, Oregon was doing some good things against it, and they needed to be able to run the ball to keep them off bounce, and they could. Of course, part of my concern too is the defense has still got to be better, but that's a pretty good Oregon offense, in my opinion. But that was a heck of a win, and it's the mentality that some coaches have, man, where this whole you can't win kicking field goals. And I'm like, I get that to a degree. You're not going to just kick field goals all the time, but you also have to maximize your possessions. And when there's one play left in the half and you're down 22-18, you're going to need every point you can get. You take the field goal there. I'm sorry. You just do. And it came back to bite him in the butt. So, and it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. As y'all know, I'm not a very big Dan Lanning fan, so I was happy to see that kind of happen to him. little bit in that game. Got a few more super chats here as we get. I'm going to wrap things up here on the 4 hour mark. Going to try to roll through as many of these as possible. Detroit Hunter, thank you. How is Benjamin Morrison still being underhyped nationally? Guy is a savage, playing like a top 5 pick. I don't agree with that. Benjamin's playing well, but I don't believe he's playing great this season. I think he's been good. I mean, he's given up 3 touchdown passes. I think only gave up like 1 all of last year. He's been good. He's been pretty good. His tackling has been disappointing. He's got to get better against the run. He's been playing well. I will say that, but I don't know that I'd say he's playing like a top 5 pick. Again, just to understand, my criticism is more of a for the standard that he has set for himself as being an elite player. You guys get that, right? Like, I'm not saying he's played bad. I'm not saying, man, what a disappointment. No, I'm not saying that. He's been pretty good, and he's catching every team's best receiver almost every week. It's just more of there are things he can do to be better this season. And there's been a couple times, like he's had a couple rough games. I didn't think he was very good against Louisville. I didn't think he was very good against Duke. For him, again, that's the other part too. You have to understand what I'm saying is he's still been very good relative to most corners. It's more about for him, he hasn't been as good. But he's also stepped up and been clutch sometimes, and that's been good to see as well. So I do like that part of him, but not that I do think he's a little underrated. But I think if you're going to be talking about somebody that's been underrated, I mean, Cam Hart to me is the guy that needs to be talked about as being underrated. Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. Thank you for the super chat, Charlie. I appreciate that. I tend to agree with you, BD. Kid is lucky Williams didn't punch him in the face. Too many of these internet fame wannabes are going to get hurt. Go Irish. Yeah, it's just this thing of younger people. Guys, internet is not real life. Like, social media is not real life. Like, things that you see on like these, what's the show, like Jackass, it's still reality TV. It's still scripted. It's not actually real life. You try to punk the wrong person and it's not going to go well for you. I'm not as worried about that though. Somebody's being a moron. You're being a moron. I mean, sometimes things happen. I'm more concerned about the life of the player that could get damaged by some of that, where somebody comes up and, these players get so desensitized to it where you can't do anything. And then somebody does something to them or the emotion of a game and somebody does something, and all of a sudden his career's ruined because he punched somebody. Like, I'm actually more concerned about that than what some drunk idiot does when he runs on the field. And that's my big concern. That's why I say, look, you want to do all that stuff, then let the kids off the field first. Like, how can anyone disagree with that? How can anyone think it's wrong to let the other team get off the field first? I don't see how that's a debatable topic. I just don't. I really don't. But I don't wish someone to get punched in the face or get hurt. I don't. I pray that I'm wrong about that. I genuinely pray that I'm wrong about that. But it's just how it's going to go, man. It's not good. It's really not good. All right. Matt 2000. I'm not reading that super chat. I'm sorry. I appreciate the super chat, but I can't do it. OC Irish fan, Brian, I can't find the hat you're wearing today on the Notre Dame website. Does it have a specific style name? Thanks, go Irish. I don't know. It says it's called let me see if it says here. It's the 47 brand shirt or hat. I don't know that it I got mine at the actual bookstore. Like, I went in and got it. I saw another guy at the last tailgate that had that hat like this, but it was like green and then a blue here. So I don't know if it's on the website, but I think 40. I wonder if 40. It says 47. What is the website here, real quick? Hold on a second. It's 47brand.com. Maybe try that. See if they have it on their website. But yeah, it's a 47 brand hat. It doesn't have it doesn't have like a specific name on it, but it's a really sweet hat. It's super comfortable. Like, a lot of these mesh hats I don't like because, like, it's a really hard mesh. Like, remember the ball caps we had as kids that was like that really hard mesh? This is a really soft mesh. And it's a really soft fit here, which I like. It's not like a real hard hat. Like, a lot of hats are like just real rigid, and I have a big head and those things can really squeeze on my head, but this is like a really soft hat. Like, you see how easily it moves. And the nice thing is, even though it's like that, got that, but it really forms around my head nicely. and it's low riding too. I love low riding hats. Like this is like one of the best hats I've ever bought. It's so comfortable. I absolutely love this hat. But yeah, I never heard of 47 brand, but I mean, this is great. I if any from 47 brands ever watch and give me a call because I'd love to get an IB hat, an IB logo on your guys' hats. That'd be awesome. If I could get like an IB logo on this hat, oh my gosh, I'd be a happy, happy guy. Very happy guy. All right, gonna roll through a few more questions. I want to just get through a couple here that I wanted to try to address before we roll out of here. T. Smith 0323 was listening to Joel Klatt show this morning, and he said USC doesn't have a defense problem. Maybe they have an offense problem too, because in the last 9 quarters they scored only 42 points. What do you think? In the last 9 quarters, they only scored 42 points. That's not accurate. I mean, even if you just take like he can't be talking about the overtime as a quarter, right? He can't be spinning it that way. Just the last 2 games alone, so 8 quarters, they've scored 48 points in the last 8 quarters, last 2 games. So 28 in regulation against Arizona and 20 against Notre Dame. Here's my issue with this comment. And I don't know that how he said it, the context, but you're a pretty good poster, so I'm just going to take it as, this is kind of the theme of what he meant. Yes, they have a defensive problem, number one. I mean, your offense against Colorado, which would be part of your 9 quarters, right? Your offense sparked you to a 34-7 lead. What more do you want from them? You know what I mean? Like and it's kind of like the argument. So they had a bad game against Arizona, and the defense all of a sudden gets a pass. They couldn't stop Arizona State's sorry offense. They got ripped up in the second half by Colorado. They couldn't make any. I mean, look, did the defense play okay against Notre Dame? Sure. But every time Notre Dame needed to put a drive together to score, they did. And there was nothing USC could do about it. And so I don't think the defense played that great. I think it was more about Notre Dame's offense being conservative. Their offense had a bad game, a really bad game. This unit that has been carrying this football team for the last 2 years had a bad game because the other team is really good and kicked their butts. They needed their defense to step up, and they didn't, right? You turn the ball over first drive. Notre Dame still is outside the 10-yard line. Force a field goal. Second one, I understand, 2-yard line. You're not going to stop Notre Dame from the 2-yard line on 4 plays. The first one, hold them to a field goal. Right? Okay. Third one, if you hold them to a field goal the first time, it's a 13-3 game when Notre Dame makes the second interception. Midfield, make a stop. Notre Dame's got at least 1 first down before they're in field goal range. Make a stop, right? Couldn't do it. Notre Dame goes right down the field, scores a touchdown. Boom, 24-3, right? So football is a team game. And we said this about the Louisville Notre Dame game. People said defense didn't play well. Yeah, they did. They played as well as they could, as long as they could, and the dam broke because the offense did nothing to help them out. The offense has been carrying this team for over a year and a half. Defense couldn't step up and help them out when they needed them. Couldn't do it. And that's the mark of a bad defense. Sorry, it is. You've now given up over 40 points 3 games in a row. That's not an offensive problem. It's not an offensive problem. Last 4 games in regulation, 28 points, 41 points, 28 points, 48 points. They don't have an offensive problem. They don't have an offensive problem. They have a defensive problem. So I don't know what he's talking about. If that's in fact what he said, that's incredibly misguided, in my opinion. It incredibly misguided. And to me, it's just like, let's beat up on Lincoln Riley while he's down. That's nothing more than that to me. I think that's a bad take. I mean, dude, I think he called the game in Colorado. You watched them jump out to a 34-7 lead in that game. You're going to tell me that the offense, they have an offensive problem? Really? You're going to cherry pick some data from the most recent game and tell me that it's because of that? Colorado put up 564 yards on them, on USC. So, no, they don't have – is their offense perfect? No, it's not. We talked about this. They're not great at running the ball. I said last week, their offensive line may have more talent, but they don't play as well as last year's unit did. They don't. Said that. They don't run the ball as well. They should, but they don't run the ball as well as they did last year. Not consistently, not for the backs they have. Those are legitimate issues. They're far from perfect on offense, but no, this team has a defensive problem. But they have a defensive problem because they have an offensive-minded head coach who just doesn't care about defense. It's been true for 7 years now as a head coach. Anyone that cares about defense does not keep Alex Grinch on as long as he has with the numbers they've put up. It just doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. So they have a Lincoln Riley problem in that regard. That I will say that. I will definitely say that. Now, let me get to a USMA 87. Is Pitt a trap game now? No, I think that stopped being a trap game when the minute they beat Louisville. Because there's no way the Notre Dame coaches are going to allow this team to overlook Louisville. Like, hey, guys, Louisville kicked our butt. Pitt kicked Louisville's butt. Right? What it means is, it's not the transitive property thing, but what it means is, if you don't bring it, Pitt's good enough to beat you. And we know the kind of team that they just beat. So we got to bring it. I think the worst thing that could happen to Notre Dame was Pitt losing to Louisville, and then you go out and they sneak up on you. I think that would have been a bit of a problem. So, all right, there's a couple questions similar to that. It's like Joe Allen, that kind of speaks to your question as well. Irish Okie, not if this has been asked, but Marcus Freeman. But if Marcus Freeman did not call the timeout with 2 seconds left, since Southern Cal didn't get the snap off before 0 seconds, would that have been the end of the half, or would there have still been a penalty? It would have depended. I think the refs would have probably called a penalty before the clock ran out, because like if you're on offense, because I've had people ask me, they wouldn't have got the snap off. Couple things. Number one is, I still think they might have got the snap off because they were close to it. But if they didn't, Notre Dame's players were sort of already across the line of scrimmage. What they would have done is they would have given them a free down, in my opinion, because it's like when you're on the edge and you come off and you're kind of in that unimpeded thing, they blow the whistle, kind of a similar thing. So I still think it was the right move, especially as fast as everything was going. You couldn't take a chance, because like the last thing I want to do is give Caleb Williams a free down. Let's say they do get the ball, because here's the thing, maybe they don't get the snap off, but if they do, Caleb Williams knows they're offsides. He looked at them and saw they were offsides. He's going to take a shot. He's going to get that ball, sprint right away from the Notre Dame defenders, and take a shot in the end zone. And last thing you want to do is dominate them for 2 quarters and then allow a play like that at the end to result in all of a sudden it's 24-10 going in halftime. I wouldn't have wanted to do that. I really wouldn't. Irish Blooded asks, is there an advantage to scaling back the emotion the players have, like BK did, to make things more just another opponent and treat everyone evenly to help against the Louisville type of games? Here's the deal. There's a give and a take to that. Number one is, if you do that, then guess what? Your players aren't ready to play USC. Your players aren't ready to play Louisville. Ohio State. Your players aren't ready to play Duke. Right? So the trade-off for that is they beat the teams they were supposed to beat, but they can never beat the best teams. Rarely beat the best teams. Never's hyperbolic. Rarely beat the best teams. Well, to me, there are things you can learn to help you the way you're doing it now to go out there and be better prepared for those Stanfords and those Louisville type of games than it is to ramp it up when you're playing a big team. So no, I don't think there's an advantage to that. I think there's a reason that for the most part, Brian Kelly's lost more of the big games at LSU than he's won. It's the same story. You occasionally get that win over a wounded Alabama team, but you also get your butt kicked by Tennessee. You get your butt kicked by Georgia. You get your butt kicked by Florida State because your team's not ready to play those games. You get beat by Ole Miss, another big game, because your team's just not ready. So what are you hanging your hat on right now if you're LSU? You're a win over Missouri, right? Just like it was at Notre Dame. So no, it's a lot easier fix to clean up some of the stuff that's resulting in losses like they saw to Stanford and Marshall and now Louisville than it is to fix the others. So I understand where you're coming from, but I don't agree with that premise. It's a good thought, but I just don't agree with it. Let's see here. Ben Tarnox, this is a good one. How impactful was the win this weekend on recruiting? Big, very big. For all the kids there, they got to see a phenomenal game. They got to see Notre Dame go out there and really smack USC team that a lot of these kids are going to hold in high regard. Lincoln Riley's held in high regard. Caleb Williams is held in high regard. The USC program is held in high regard. So it was huge. It was a huge, huge win to be able to go out there and do that. And then to do it the way they did it, where it's just a blowout win, because now all the negativity that may have existed with recruiting from the Louisville game, gone. Just like that, gone. I mean, it's really how it works. Because, like, hey, look, we had a bad day on Saturday, but we're still this team. We went out and beat Duke. We went out and beat, we took Ohio State down to the wire. We smacked USC. You can now say, hey, we're more that team than we are that team that showed up against Louisville. And it's true. I mean, 7 out of 8 games this year, they've played much better than they did against Louisville. So even the Duke game, it's a good football team. And you did what you needed to do to win. The Louisville game is more of the anomaly now. Now, if you lose to USC, completely different story. And it's just more reason why this game was so, so, so huge. Nicholas Grosh, congrats to Coach Freeman and Golden. Congrats on the whole team. Always great to burst the Trojans. Yes. Yeah. The USC Trojans, yes. All right. Let's see here. Matthew Brosha, how much roster turnover do you anticipate after the year? A lot of players are able to return, and with the soft schedule and expanded playoff format, I could see a lot of guys wanting to come back. Possible. I mean, Joe Alt's not going to care about those factors, I don't think. I'd love to see Joe Alt come back, but I just don't think he's going to come back. Same with Audric. I mean, they got to make personal decisions. To me, the position that I'm most concerned about, like, if all the linebackers are ready to go pro, I love you guys for what you did, but best of luck to you. I'm okay with that. If Audric wants to go pro, I love that kid, but I'm okay with that. It's part of the business, right? With big teams, these guys get a chance to go be professionals, and they want to take advantage of it. And all those linebackers will have their degrees. It's great. Go do what you got to do. Same with Joe Alt. Do what you got to do, man. Right? You've been great. The position that I would love to see some guys surprise us and really grow or come back, and then give some time for younger players to grow, and they just play one more year is D tackle. I would love it if Riley Mills and Howard Cross came back for another year. I would love it if they came back for another year. That would be the only one. Everywhere else, with the exception that and Xavier Watts, those are the three to me that, man, because I don't want Cam Hart to come back. I don't. I want Cam Hart to can stay healthy, because if Cam Hart comes back, I worry about injury risk. I mean, and a 6-year corner is not going to all of a sudden jump up the draft boards. I mean, if he hasn't done anything by now, I want Cam to go be a pro. And because I would be scared to death every time he tackled somebody next year that he's going to hurt his shoulder. I'd be scared to death of it. I want him to go be a professional. I want him to have that opportunity. He's earned it. He's earned that opportunity, and I want him to go to the combine and tear it up and do great and go play somewhere. But him coming back may help your football team. But I mean, I feel like if he leaves, you've got Jaden Mick, you've got Christian Gray, you'll be okay. D tackle, I'm a little bit more concerned about, because I can say, okay, well, Gabriel Rubio steps in for one of them, and you're okay. But then it's like, but yeah, your depth, I don't know what your depth looks like. I'd love it if those two guys came back. That and Xavier Watts. If those 3 guys come back, man, I'll feel really good about where this team is next year. Really good. Really good. Let's see. 99 Props became 1. TJ Hart, a big impact on Cam Williams. Who do you think will be the big-time wide receiver that comes to Notre Dame because of Deuce Knight? Who are some realistic options? The biggest one for me is Taylor Taylor. I think getting Deuce Knight is going to be huge for Notre Dame's chances to land Taylor Taylor. There's work to be done, but to me, that is a really, really big one. Really big one. Yeah, that's my number one receiver in the class. That's my number one must get a receiver in the class. Absolute must get a receiver in the class. Matt Ginter asked, with Thomas Harper and Cam Hart leaving this year for the draft, how are we going to replace that talent next year? I ask because there's a big difference playing USC with them. Yeah, there is. There's no doubt. I mean, it's huge, Matt. The difference is next year you'll have a junior version of Jaden Mickey. You'll have a sophomore version of Christian Gray, who I think has a chance to be an absolute star at Notre Dame. Micah Bell will be a year older. You'll have, Chance Tucker, Ryan Barnes, and you'll have Leonard Moore and Carson Hobbs showing up. Like you'll be okay. Cam has been phenomenal this year. And next year, you hope that Benjamin's as good as he is, and the other guys can step in and be good. I mean, I love the future cornerback. I mean, they're in such a great place that as long as Mike Mickens is here, and if he leaves, that they hire somebody as good as he is. I love the talent at corner. I'll be okay there. I'm a little bit more nervous about nickel right now. It'd be Clarence Lewis. I'd love to see Jaden Mickey develop. I think Jaden. My opinion, because of how strong he is, and we've heard about how strong he is, and he's not the burner the other corners are. If Notre Dame next year is going into games and their starting secondary looks something like this: Benjamin Morrison, Christian Gray outside, Clarence Lewis, Xavier Watts at safety, Jaden Mickey at corner or at nickel, and you've got Tucker and Barnes and Micah Bell working in as like that rotation, and then you've got the young safeties come. I'd feel really good about that secondary. Really good about that secondary. And Antonio Carter working in there as well, as a good rotation player. Now all of a sudden Adon can come along. Maybe he's your 4. Maybe Ben Minnick comes along. He's your 4. I start feeling really good about that secondary. Really good about that secondary. So I'm still, and that's a me thing, I'm still hoping that they make that decision with Jaden Mickey. Make him a corner. He's so strong. He can take on blocks. It's a better matchup for him as far as like the type of athlete he is. I think he can handle it really well. I think he's built similarly to Thomas Harper. I think Jaden Mickey could be a really good nickel in this defense. Really good nickel. So I'd like to see him get that opportunity. Will he? I don't know. I really don't know. But I'd love to see him get that opportunity. So that is going to do it, I believe. Let me just go see. Here. So Angela was down on the field by the recruits, and she said those recruits were pumped after the game. The excitement was contagious when they were heading up the tunnel. So that is from firsthand from someone who was there. It would be my wife, Angela. So she was down there shooting the game. So got a lot of great pictures. A lot of great pictures. So that is going to do it for today's show. I appreciate everybody being with me today. Really, really appreciate that. And we'll be back tonight at 8 o'clock. Vince and I will be back at 8 o'clock tonight for the Upon Further Review. We're going to break down some film and dive into that game, go over a few things. And, we'll have some, a few questions, super chats afterwards. But then tomorrow, Ryan and I will be back. We'll just kind of, where Notre Dame is, some things that, we'll dive more into things that we think they need to work on and get better at and all those type of things in order to go into this last 4-game stretch and win games. And we'll dive into that and see what they can do to win some games down the stretch and finish strong and some important time. I'll have my midweek rundown on Wednesday, and then I'm going to take a few days off. We'll have a Friday recruiting show. As of right now, no show planned for Thursday. If one of the team wants to kind of have a show, we can do that, but I'm going to plan on taking a few days off and resting my throat, resting my body, getting caught up on some business things, some health things, and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to take a few days away, but I don't want you guys to stop watching the channel. IB Nation Sports Talk is still going to be on every night this week, Monday to Thursday, and we'll have plenty of content at irishbreakdown.com. Message boards aren't going away, so sign up there at boards@irishbreakdown.com. We would love that. We're growing every day. Got more people signing up. I have some people that kind of canceled after the Ohio State loss. I saw her kind of back on the board now, which I love, and so definitely want to be part of that at boards@irishbreakdown.com. On the way out, folks, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast. And as always, sign up for the message boards at boards@irishbreakdown.com. Have a great rest of your day. Appreciate y'all so very much. And we'll see you again soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.